Alors, nous avons donc Olivier Wong Ikan we have Onye Kan who is here now this afternoon, who is going to be taking the floor. He's going to be talking to us about university and AI. You are Vice Dean of the Rennes University and Chairman of VP NUL, who brings together people in charge of AI for higher education. You've been working on AI and cybersecurity and on pooling our vision and our strategies in higher education. So this afternoon, we're going to be hearing about the RAG-ORN experimentation and the ILAS Federation. You're going to be giving us a few answers, I hope, about the challenges posed by AI, generative AI, in comparison with all of the other questions that we've been hearing about, sustainability, digital sobriety, etc. You have 20 minutes now, and then we will have time for perhaps just one question. Okay, thank you, Manuel. Thank you, David. So it's great to be here talking about such an important topic and amongst such important speakers. Thank you to France 2030, who enabled the work that I've been doing, because their funding has allowed us to demonstrate what we're doing. That's at the heart of the demonstrator. It's 100 million euros, and we have hopefully used it properly and to reach our goal. Now, the aim of today is to go over some points that were raised this morning. And for those who are here, don't hesitate to watch the videos on YouTube, but about sovereignty and security and environmental impact, because those three topics are closely linked. I'd like to now talk about that. So I'll also be responding to what's been said today and try and answer some of the issues that have been raised. Now, what have we done? What have we done to rise to these challenges? Well, I want to just propose a few different visions of what these challenges are. I'll be starting with digital sovereignty. I agree with the NC directors who have said that it's the capacity to make technological choices. And that will be deployed at different levels. The first level that's most important, that we often forget because it goes against marketing, is the material side. A lot of IP depends on the American actors. Manufacture is in Asia. Your camera, your phone, your video projector, your screen. So that depends on actors that are outside of the EU. Now, it's a world market, and if you look at the software cathedrals that here, we've got somebody just down at the bottom who's working in the library, who's generating the coding. And the day that this person who's been doing it for the last 20 years, the day they stop doing it, everything can collapse. So we are totally dependent as far as the software chain goes and the material chain goes, and we want to try and control that. And that's what industrial actors have understood. Because if we look at the big tech, the GAFAM, we can see that there's this whole economy that's built up around it to try and take over all of the equity through use, the capital through use. So as a university, we need to manage this dependence, and we need to do that because it's really important for society, for the economy. What's important, given our values, is to try and spread those values equitably. And what we can see with generative AI is that the challenges are about managing data and access to technology, because a lot of that is just being used by a few actors. I've detailed it here on the graphics. The different colors are the different publishers that are leaders on the market. So I did this on the 29th of January, so it's fairly recent. You have the level of performance achieved by their model of a language, and then you've got time on the horizontal axis. So you can see the LLMs, how they have evolved. And we can see that in relation to the advent of ChatGPT, the GPT 3.5 model, 9 months elapsed before it opened up to competition, before Meta published its own solution, Llama, that was as good, but that could be deployed in its own infrastructure. So this time has been reduced. Now, of course, we focus on that time lapse. That's what we tend, and we tend to focus on the performance. But I think what's interesting is that the gap between an owner model appears and the time that it's published in open source has shortened. So in 2025, it was 3 months between DeepSeek and an open source model. So if we take a look at what's happened over the last few months, the level of performance is quite impressive, but this gap between the owner publication and the OpenAI model has been reduced. So to 3 months. You just wait for 3 months, and you will have the latest model of technology openly available. So they've understood this very well, and they're going to try and monetize that. And of course, economically, I totally get it. They want to make this profitable, so they want to collect data and profile users. Here is a soft chart graph that shows the kind of data, the quantity of data collected by mobile apps on your phone to provide this service. And I'll talk about that later because we run generative AI for our staff. So I just need your name and your password, a login and a password. That's all I need to sell you the services I have. So all of the rest is probably to fund an economy to make the investments profitable. So these challenges have been very well understood by the public, according to an Ipsos study of 2025, where not only, and we talked about biases before, didn't we? There are problems with data, but there are also problems with the use of collecting personal data. And a year ago, when this study was carried out, the environmental impact was fairly low down on people's identification of risks. So it's important to focus on that, even though we have already said it. If I had to represent a stock market value, and I might ask you to put your hand up now, what value would you give it? What is this stock representing here? What shares? We have NVIDIA, correct. NVIDIA are those who, during a gold rush, are the ones who sell the forks and all of the material that people need to dig that gold. And as far as generative AI goes, they make the chips, so they've made the money. But when we look at the environmental footprint in France, the data centers, these chips are put into data centers to produce the AI services. That's really increased in France. Normally, I work with a special pen, so it's difficult for me to draw this on screen. Sorry about that, but just imagine that this is a huge problem because given the current studies by the French government, these are 2022 figures, part of the digital footprint, the carbon footprint, has really, really increased in this part. We're not sure it's exactly 50% on terminals. I don't know. In 2022, did you get rid of a computer, get rid of a screen? Probably not. But what that means is that we have included the imported uses. So when you run a video on a service that depends on an American provider, you will generate a carbon footprint in another country. So that is an imported environmental impact. We've integrated that into the study. So we've got a data center share that is inflated because we didn't take that into account into the previous study, but we didn't take into account the new data centers that have been built since 2023 and that are hosting these NVIDIA chips, and that will probably weigh on the environmental footprint of this data center. So if I continue thinking in this way, the environmental footprint, we can see that the use today is 40% on the life cycle. So using a certain technology to provide a service, manufacture, distribution, end of life, that's the other part, that's 60% of the impact. So if we want to try and reduce our digital impact, then we need to work on that. Once the product has been manufactured, it should be useful. We need to keep it as long as possible to prolong its lifespan. And that's what we do in higher education, because the guarantees that we have is now 7 years on the equipment. So it means that all of our equipment lasts longer. So what I'm saying now is that the material has been, the products have been manufactured. They have contributed to industries who have built data centers to host this equipment over the last few years. And by 2035, it's estimated that because of AI and the crypto products, we will not double our energy consumption, but multiply it by 6 in relation to former predictions, if we continue in the same vein. Now, here I'd like to draw a parallel as a scientist. Just because the graphs look similar, that doesn't mean that they are, but we could compare it to Microsoft's trajectory when it was predicting carbon neutrality by 2030. They said that the environmental footprint, their environmental footprint would increase. Carbon neutrality would be difficult to achieve, but it would be impacted by the effects of AI. So if I put those two graphs together, then I think we should question that, and I think we need more transparency in the industry to really measure this. Now, talking about transparency, Sacha Luciani works at Linkbase and showed the use of generative AI according to what you use it for. If you're using it for generating a video on open models, you can look at the infrastructure. It's 30% more impact to generate an image, and the videos is twice as much as text. So imagine if you type in a text to generate a text, you do that 2,000 times, that's as much impact as one video. So ask yourself, and you know all of the controversy that there is on the impact of all of this, I think you should think twice. Is it really worth making a video? Do you really need a video? Because there is so much more impact from an image in relation to text, and it might just be getting the same message across. So on the issue of energy consumption, we have worked on the question of these models being interesting, worth studying. And I just wanted to show you this because, again, we've got the performance on the vertical scale, and on the horizontal scale, we've got the cost. And towards the right, it's cheaper. So more environmentally sober, less energy consumption, less environmental impact, cheaper. So I think what's worth noticing is that the open weight models that we can deploy are ideal because it's a good level of performance and they have a lower environmental impact and are cheaper. Let me look at the example of DeepSeek, again here in the center. So it's not far off from one at the time. And if we look at the open models, Kim K2 today, and they are the models that were released last month. Are we that far off what industry is doing? Well, I don't think so, actually. And we know that the benchmarks can be controversial, but in practice, there's not that much difference between what we are offering and what's on the market. So it's worth saying to yourselves, we have these open models, we have the technical capacity to deploy them. They are sustainable in the sense that it might not be the best performance, but we've got a diversity of models that means that we're not dependent on any actors, and we are operational to cover our different uses. So that's what we've been doing. And we have tested this, and then after our test, we've decided what needed to be pulled. Now, let me just show you quickly this video. It dates back to 2024. At the beginning of 2024, we were saying that if you were from Brittany, and we were using a Mistral model that was trained on French data. And if you're not from Brittany, you won't know what I'm talking about. This is a transport card, Corrigo, for public transport in this area. But at Rennes University, we also use it to do photocopies. So it's a student card as well. And what I did is I told my system, my AI system that was local to my university, running on my data centers, I said, how should I use my Corrigo card? But this time, I talked about the background information that was being used for the local people. And then I got a different reply. Maybe this is a bit small. It said I needed to use, I needed to back it onto my IT information, my accounts, and it was much more localized and contextualized, if you like, because I had given it that extra information. So what's important is that I could do that completely myself. It's my servers, it's my data, and it works. So I can use the AI tools, but in a totally secure way. That's what I'm trying to show you. I've put a QR code here if you want to access this. If you have a higher education account, it was opened in February at the last AI summit. You can have access to all of the higher education schools in France. Even internationally, we tested it. It works with our Canadian colleagues. But this is on our small local servers in Rennes, so we don't want too many people logging on. We have 4,449 people signed up, but we have 352 institutions. And I always say come in groups of 5 to 10, so you can discuss it with your colleagues and talk about it. And if this is what you're looking to do, then we will help you, and we'll help you deploy that technically with some support. And we'll tell you about what we've learned through the different workshops and how we have made the right decisions with them. We ran a lot of talk shops to really take into account the feedback, what they needed, and to talk about the models that we were deploying, and to decide together what shape this would take. So this strategy works, and there's the infrastructure on the one hand. We have to make sure that it is in line with what we need. And then there's a service. This is an AI chatbot. Then we have an agent. We're trying to reduce our expenses and what they are trying to impose on us. Now, we're not the only ones to have done this. I've nearly finished, Emmanuel. We have also worked alongside colleagues who began a little bit before us, but there are lots of universities doing this. I've just talked about it more often, so maybe I'm the spokesperson for this. And we've realized that these deployments work well enough that we can say that they are viable as a service. We could deploy, but it was good to pull. Now, I'll come back to this. These conclusions, as I've said, now this was back in 2024, led us to run another project, a national pooling project, to make available to users
that's good for the
more
users.
broadly.
No,
We've scaled things up. the service.
Now we can pool services.
Now, this
Sorry, that's
gets a
going to
bit
be
technical.
technical.
Here you've got the
Now
end
that's for the
user,
final users. What you
and you
want
can
is to have
access
access
a
to the service.
service
For
via a
instance, an
chatbot who will
agent,
tell you
a conversational or
how.
chatbot agent
And
that's
we
going
are
to
the
manage
plumbing
your
behind all
documents.
of this.
We're in charge
And you
of
may
the
not realize
pipework.
you are
There are
using
4
4
data
data
centers that
centers
have
who
to
have
agree
agreed to
to
split
share
the
the queries.
decisions
And
between them. If I'm in a
if you're
breakdown
off, it's good
situation,
to
then
have
it's good that
3
my
other
colleagues should
colleagues
help,
that are up
for
and
instance.
can
So if I
answer
have a
the
certain model,
queries.
then I can offer
If
that model to
you have
others
something to share
because
with
they
other
do not
sites, you
have
can
it.
do
So
this. So
we
we can
can spread
share
the work,
the
we can
burden as
share
a
the
group,
burden. That
which
means that we
means
can
that we can cover
address
that
this
aspect.
issue
That is, we
and
have the
really have the
right
right kind of architecture, the
useful
useful architecture used by
architecture.
the right people, because that might be useful to other colleagues who had not noticed it, and it needs to be used by all. So this architecture needs to be digitally sober and a force for good and adapted to needs.
So the objective in doing this, as you've probably gathered, is to make sure that we control deployment, but also processing and computing on the graphic, the GUIs, and have a better management of skills. We've used the IRISA skills, my laboratory, at the University of Rennes. We are in a network. We have engineers and researchers whose skills are essential to operate these types of systems, and we've managed to do this very quickly. We'll continue to do this. We are doing this as we speak at national level because, we share the same practices, the research practices, we have the same scientific concerns, and we have a secured system at a national level, which is sustainable because this is part of our DNA. This is what we did in the past as well. It's also supported by the ministry. We got a budgetary line, a budget for that. We've had it for 2 years so that we can guarantee a minimum level of service that's housed in a data center that's at region level. And this is what we federate, this architecture, as you've probably gathered. Well, this is not like a monopoly or a system that centralizes. We have the local operators that cover the local population, but we work together, which means that we have co-ownership in terms of resilience and robustness, and therefore, by and large, well, I'm going to go through the service offering rather quickly because otherwise these are too many details for you. But with this, we have a rich array of services. Today, we have inference based on language models, but you'll have time to read the slides later on. So we can cover 30 facilities, 40,000 queries daily that are processed, 130 services or departments, and we've launched the second wave of the project or phase of the project. And therefore, we'll scale up probably 15 computing nodes for higher education, and plus transcription, voice to text. And as you probably know, with this, our meetings and our summary reports will be easier to process. It's the case for the educational videos, so we can create transcripts and translations more quickly. That'll be machine assisted. And this year, we're going to start with a catalog of apps. These are building blocks like it, either open source or not, but they are supposed to be used in higher education and research. And we, on the side of architecture, will make sure that as far as authentication is concerned, hosting and securing the data is as easy as possible for the different departments and sites and universities. I hope I wasn't too long, but you see, the whole point is that we know that AI is a tidal wave. We saw that before. And this is what Mr. Villani said. It's not new. Gen AI is not something new, but as many colleagues said, what we have to do is to have a real desire to do things without relying too much on energy. And we want to have the best or the fit for purpose strategy, I would say, that we bring value added for the communities, that we are in charge of our own destined future by pooling things together rather than having a top down policy that's imposed upon us. Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Olivier. Well, as you can see, the word cooperation is a word that still exists. Now, we'll take just one question so that we finish on time. Who'd like to ask a question to Olivier? Perhaps something he's not mentioned that was on the slide, but that he's not had time to talk about? Crystal clear, you have the QR code. Okay, there's a question over there. Thank you very much. I'd like to know something. Now, what about companies? Is it profitable to roll out such infrastructure? Is it possible for startups, an SME, an SMB, or large corp? You've not really talked about costs, have you? And could you tell us if it's possible to scale up or use this in other environments? Well, that's work in progress. Well, you know what infrastructures are like. If there's one person uses the system once a month, it's a big machinery and too costly. It all depends on the number of users. And we try and make sure that people don't overuse the system. Send queries only if they are necessary. So you see, it's tailor-made. The architecture has to mirror the real needs. Now, I'll try and answer your question for corporates. The Direction Générale de l'Économie, the government department, has something, a booklet on that, for people to use this in their own companies, their small businesses. So there's an ecosystem now which is based on this to deploy these secured systems and, if possible, to give it for free and to make sure that you control your expenses. So we have guidelines, guidebooks, booklets. We don't do this ourselves, but these booklets exist. So is it open source? Yeah, free of charge, open source. All that's being deployed is open source. The code that we have is open source as well. And what's more is that if you look at the business model, well, we have indicators to know that we are very profitable, quite profitable, below the hyperscaler costs. We did the same with the hyperscalers. It's probably 30 or 70% more expensive, and we are in control of our own destiny. But these things keep on changing, you see. The hardware changes all the time. All the main suppliers, the global suppliers, produce their own opuses that are quite optimized for inference, and they're reducing costs. But as we speak, our profitability level is quite interesting to be considered. We break even very easily. Okay, you have business cards, I suppose, for later on during the break. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Olivier. I think we can segue to the next topic, which will be nice music to your ears. We have good speakers. We'll be talking about what matters for research and the reality of the industry. We have two speakers, Luc Julia, an expert in AI, and Bilali Chouli, AI director at Edmond Partners. We can put our hands together for them. Here we are. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for being with us. You've come from Los Angeles, right? Others have come from other places closer to us. Now, we'll start with you, if you don't mind. We're going to try and summarize who you are. You're an AI expert recognized globally. You've worked for MIT, Microsoft. You've supported many startups. You had a startup incubator yourself. You were one of the co-creators of Siri several years ago. And you worked for the car making industry, Renault, the car makers. For a pioneering project, you've included a specialized LLM on board a vehicle. Maybe we'll talk about this, who knows? And yet, your message, after all that, for years and years, your message, and by the way, you've written books on that, is a call for vigilance and debunking. And these are themes you've developed in a book that everybody knows. That is, l'intelligence artificielle n'existe pas, AI doesn't exist. And the next, the sequel will be AI is not creative. L'intelligence artificielle n'est pas créative. So, Bilal Chauvi, I'll introduce you later on, but first, I'd like to come back to these sentences that everybody remembers, a bit provocative though, but it really mirrors reality. Usually, you start your conferences and your interviews by breaking the magic of AI, and this includes Gen AI. Yeah, I can tell you to start with that I'm tired. I'm tired for AI and by AI because I've been working on AI for a decade or more. Everybody speaks about AI and they don't necessarily know what they're talking about. And AI is like the new Hollywood, this AI doesn't exist, but there are all types of AIs. There are many apps around us, but words like machine learning or deep learning or Gen AI are words that are more proper than artificial intelligence. So that's my point. At the end of the day, these are just tools, that's all. By definition, they are useful in special areas or domain. What doesn't exist, probably will never exist, is ATI, that is generic AI, an all singing, all dancing tool that could be used for everything. I don't know what it means to be smarter than us, to find anything and everything. What does that mean? But when I hear people who say, soon AI will beat us, well, you know that as well as I do. The AI tools are better than us. That's why we produce them. That's the definition of a tool. So let's breathe in, calm down, and now let's talk about the different types of AIs. As Mr. Villani said this morning, he was talking about advanced IT. He said that it's better. Or augmented intelligence. Yeah, augmented, that's what he said. Augmented, I could do better. These are assistants, that's all. In special domains and areas, I could do a better job. This machine is going to do the tasks for me. If we look in the rearview mirror and look at what you did, you started working on this technology, as you said, to augment your tasks and role in a playful way, I must say, a bit of a roller coaster experience. But with that, for instance, Siri, um, this is something that was invented a long time ago. It all started in 1997 or 98, that's for Siri. But, well, you know, these technologies are for human beings. I don't know if it's playful or user-friendly or not, but when I develop something, you know, create an IA tool or something, it's for real people. That's what I'm interested in. It's not technology for the sake of it. What I want to do is do things for the real people. They might use it or not. It all depends how long the technologies last. That's what I like. That's fun. That's fun. Look at people, how they're going to use this technology, and they'll do what they have to do with these technologies. Now, Bilal, you are an AI director in your agency. You give your clients strategic guidance when they work on AI. What you say is something that is in sync with what Luc is saying. That is, we need apps in companies to do a number of things, but you yourself wouldn't say that it's a sacred thing, that is a bit magic, would you? Yeah, I quite agree with him. That is, we see that there are limitations to AI very quickly if you want to deploy AI in companies. So what we try and do is consider hyper-specialized AI so that we have something interesting for a given business process so that people adopt these technologies and so that we can go at scale. But if you look at what people do daily, it all depends on the use cases that you can identify. And that is something that you have to do with the customers. You don't need just one overarching AI. No, it's a sequencing of different types of AI tools. Each will be hyper-specialized. Either it's going to go through the RAG, it's going to be done in a vertical way or in different ways. But anyway, the final goal is to do these things in a given context, to, to, to have a vertical approach on that so that you bolster performance, so that you can have a performance that human beings couldn't have because they're going to be faster, they're going to process large volumes of data. These items, these objects will process large volumes of data in a standardized way. Human beings are not as good as these AI agents. So I'm quite aligned with Luc. Okay, but in your firm or agency, your consulting firm, there are companies that knock at your doors because they have AI projects, right? And as we saw this morning, and that's what we'll be talking about this afternoon, is this notion of silos or specialized AIs or agentic AI. You can tell us more about this and what the word means or the acronym means. And so does that mean that you have to educate people in AI for these companies that say want to have a turnkey thing or an application? Is that what you do? Oh, certainly. upstream and downstream. Upstream, that means you have to tell the clients that this is not magic. It's not just like the IA wand that's going to be the solution to all your problems. There are constraints. There's an architecture, infrastructure, costs. There's the impact on the environment. We've talked about this at length, plus fine-tuning, adaptation of AI. It is a complex approach or process. And then when AI is useful, then you have to train people so that people know how to use AI. As Luc was saying again, these are mere assistants for human beings. So we need to help people with change management. And sometimes it's a turnaround. You have to change company processes for a given task because AI uh, will bolster productivity, that's for sure. If it's verticalized AI, as I call it, then productivity and performance will go up, which means that you need guidance for human beings so that they adopt these technologies. Okay, let's talk about concrete examples. Luc, Julia, you've worked for the car making industry, Renault, the car makers, recently. So, could you give us an example? We've said that Gen AI is not creative. You create something, you design something, you hatch something with your teams, not the machine. What have you done for the car maker? For the LLM on board a vehicle? Well, first, let me talk about creativity. Well, you know, these AI tools can be extraordinary tools, so as to be even more creative. So let's talk about the designers. Well, this population, we have designers like with the car makers, like in any other company. It's important, and the designers for the car makers are the ones who were really afraid of AI. They were saying AI is going to create this and develop that. So the designers were frightened and they felt the pressure. So we gave them the tools. We said, hey guys, look at this. You have the tools. Look at how this works. Play with that. Fiddle with it. And then they realized that, okay, these things don't do anything. They don't create anything. They don't invent anything. But they realized that by using AI, they can do things that are even more crazy than before. I'm not saying that you have to be totally wild, but they're doing crazy things. They're thinking out of the box. They're even more creative than in the past. So they were sketching things here and there. They had all sorts of ideas cropping up. They were doing things here and there. And then they asked the machine and they said, you know, well, you do the same as Olivier was saying before. Well, let's be careful when we send the queries because people tend to send too many. But if I want to do something, if I say, could you give me a Mona Lisa with a mustache? Okay, that's totally silly. And I can do this. But the idea of a Mona Lisa with a mustache, that's my idea. I created this. AI is going to create as many images as I want. You can change your prompt a little. No, I'd rather have a photography, not a painting, etc. So I'll work with AI so as to augment my creativity. All of a sudden, you'll realize that AI doesn't create anything. It's the designers, and the designers decided to use AI to be augmented. And they turned to us and they said, well, it's like 35 years ago, like Photoshop. It's the same. And I said, well, yeah, boils down to the same. And in the past, you'd use a pen, you'd use a piece of paper, and today the circles are more like circles with Photoshop. If you want to have a shadow, it's faster with Photoshop. And they thought, okay, that's only a tool at the end of the day. Yes, it is a tool. And since then, we've been breathing. Oh, that's quite reassuring. There was someone this morning who was saying he couldn't work on coding now. And that's what he was afraid of, being replaced. He was afraid of having less work. And repetitive tasks that can be automated means that we have more time, brain time to be more creative. Let's be careful. Because this morning I heard someone say, you're not going to work faster. No, if you ask more, if you send more prompts, you're not going to save time. But with AI, it's quality. Quality is going to go up. Look at Photoshop. When I said the circles look more like circles nowadays, it's the same with Gen AI. The quality of what's produced is incredible. incredible because the quality gain is a productivity gain. This is what it means. But if you look at the POCs that were successful in the recent years, the proof of concept, you will see that usually it's a quality gain and not productivity. Well, I suppose you've seen that as well with your clients. Yes, absolutely. Let me give you an example of something we're working on, which is compliance. Compliance, it's a bit boring. There are many documents to read, and compared with norms, and there are checks and balances and controls. This is the perfect example of a repetitive task. Human beings do it once, and they don't want to do it any longer. And they do this really well. And quality is perfect, and the answers are always the same level of quality. So it's really excellent. I quite agree with what was said.
I just want to say something about the word perfect. Well, that's the Anglo-Saxon in me. Well, statistically speaking, it's different, but it's mostly better than us. It's not perfect, but better than us, human beings. The quality we can achieve with those tools, the quality is higher because it's 97, 99% of the time things are done well. We specialists sometimes we're a little tired, and when we do 95%, it's the best. Yes, we have observed a strong reduction in the operating risk, especially when we use AI in businesses or tasks where the human concentration is challenged. Meaning that in industry, AI use should be encouraged in some areas, but we should motivate the industry to release human energy to accomplish other tasks. Absolutely. The challenge. I learned to work with AI. I place AI at the center because it's a source of productivity. It's operational. And then all the interpretation, analysis, assessment tasks, strategic tasks, they are kept for human beings, for man. Well, any examples in the industry, regulations, legal? Absolutely. Regulation, legal. Well, we're in Europe anyway, so there's lots of regulations, and they're moving all the time. It's a very dynamic field. Regulations in Europe change all the time, so we need to adjust. And AI is made for that. Precisely. It's suited to that sort of work. Another example that illustrates the roles of human beings and algorithms. In the same use case, compliance. There is maybe something I can do, like comparing a situation with a rule or a control, but first I have to define what the check, what the control will be about, and that can only be done by by man on that very specific date, and doing it well and doing it in a way that is suited to that particular company. It's important because rules and regulations have an impact on man, on our lives, and also there is a danger. If there is a mistake, who is to blame? AI that misinterpreted the information, or man? I think we often hear the younger generation, maybe some of them are here. The younger generation say, I no longer need to learn a trade or learn a job because AI is going to do it in my place. That is bullshit. You have to be really careful. We should not fall into that pitfall. We human beings become specialized, we become plumbers, we bakers or butchers, but we have to continue learning those jobs because we are feeding the AI. We tell AI how to do things, but AI doesn't do it on its own. AI isn't creative, it needs to learn from us. And the other way around, AI is also going to help us learn more. So it's both ways. But learning a trade, learning a job is still important. Human competence is important because we can well, first of all, supervise AI and also understand what AI tells us when it tells us something. You see, when we hear percentages regarding relevance of AI produced information, when we say it's too generic, it's not specialized enough, and when it's specialized, it's good enough. But if I am not a specialist myself in that specialty, I cannot say whether the AI is good enough. So we need to continue learning ourselves. We need to educate ourselves. Otherwise, we're going to become a society of morons who will trust AI blindly, and that is a mistake. We should not trust AI blindly. And this was repeated several times this morning by Michel, who said, if I'm an insurer, I will ask a question from the AI, and the answer will not be the same as the answer the AI would give to a physician. So on the one hand, we have AI useful for white collars, and we also have AI useful for innovation, but it takes creativity to, you need creativity for innovation. And can we really believe that AI could be exempted? I mean, if you want to do innovation, you have to be a specialist of high technology, high tech. Well, I can be creative by using tools. I'll give you the example of a pharma company creating molecules. Nowadays, the tools that allow us to create new molecules, I mean, I can create a new molecule thanks to rules that I understand, chemistry, nothing but chemistry, but I teach those rules to AI, and AI is then going to process high amounts of data, so complex that I could not possibly myself process that data. So I use the tool to do something that I know can be done, but is too difficult for me to do. But AI is only going to churn out something that I'm asking it to churn out. So you have to be really careful with words. Words have a meaning. When we started talking about generative AI, we should not have called it AI. That was a mistake. We should not have called it intelligence, artificial intelligence. But never mind. Now it's been accepted. But now we talk about generative AI because it generates. It doesn't create anything. It generates things. Well, it's very surprising to hear you say that, because knowing that you went through MIT, Microsoft, I don't believe they all agree with on that matter. So how come that you're still stepping aside slightly? There is technology, and then leaders who keep saying that AI is going to change our lives. Well, it is going to change our lives. Progress changes our lives. We were talking about trades and jobs, and even in a given trade, the task will change. So the technology will be used for the best. I'm interested in people. I want technology to serve people, real people. Sometimes we make a mistake. Sometimes we make a technology that is not good, and we realize afterwards. But usually when we come up with a new technology, it's because we want life to improve. We want to make progress. There are people pushing technologies and saying crazy things about AI. That's just because of economic reasons. People are talking about the AI bubble, the generative AI bubble. Well, the generative AI bubble is a bubble. And it's the bubble of the large language models that are useless. So let's come back to Earth. When the bubble bursts, maybe 2026 or 2027, vertical AIs will stay, and the big AIs of those who are in the race, Elon Musk's and the likes, who are just saying bullshit, them they will be lost. Well, we see this in other companies. We see it in other companies. Managers, leaders, people managing companies, they're fully aware. When you talk to them, they talk about operating performance. The idea for them is to help operative people to work better, to work in a more efficient way so that they can focus on the high added value tasks. That's what innovation is for. And AI is doing that. But saying that the creative part, well, I'll give you another example. We work on the verticalization. We try to bring back some reasoning in the AI. And for language models in LLMs, it's large language models, it's very difficult. It's very difficult, very complex. Okay, I need to throw you the ball. When announcements are made about Yann Lequin, not to mention him, Breton, on what he says regarding AI perspectives. Well, what Yann Lequin does is interesting. He's been saying for a while that LLMs are useless, sorry. And he wants to try a different pathway. He wants to try word models to acquire a better understanding of the world and not just text like LLMs. It's interesting. I don't know how to phrase this. I'm sorry, the word eludes me. If we only talk about the energy that will be used to gather, I'm sorry, it's English, to gather all the data in this world, it's going to be difficult. It's complicated. I don't think I quite understand what he wants to do, but it's interesting to see a different pathway. He's creating a company called Amy, he's creating it in France, and that's all very well. Why in France? Because we're the best, obviously. Yes, but it raises a question, back to what you were saying at the beginning. Generative generates, it doesn't create. It's content for us. It's content that we need to feed into the AI. Absolutely. When you talk about data, what is data? Data is the weather. It's what we say. It's what we do. We are the data. There's no secret. Data is just that. And if we talk about a word model means that we're going to add data depending on the context, data that is much more accurate, not only written text, but also videos, photos. I mean, it just improves our understanding of the world. Theoretically, it's all very well. We still need to see whether, practically speaking, it can be done and whether it's useful. Well, we'll see. As long as I don't have an application, I can't tell you whether it's useful or not. But we'll try. And it's okay. We need to do something else anyway. Okay, I'll just come back to the industry, because that was the subject of the panel discussion. What do you think is possible in the industry? How can we use this AI? You were saying earlier that data can be used for an LLM in a car. Is there anything else that we can imagine? Oh, lots. There is a lot. All the industries, the finance industry, retail, luxury goods, heavy industry, they're all turning to AI because there is added value. We were talking about agents, but agents are simply an automated process, and it becomes even more flexible with the AI, and it's a huge gain in terms of operational value, and all the companies are turning to AI. Before 2023, we worked on traditional AI to predict the weather, to predict the stock exchange index. It was predictive AI, but no longer, not anymore. 90% of the projects now use generative AI. Why? Because the companies can use the whole database. There is the average data that you find on the internet, but there's also the data owned by the companies themselves. And that's a gold mine that needs to be used. And with AI, it can be used at a higher scale, with the right type of application at the right scale. AI can manage and process a bigger quantity of data. It can be more efficient than man. And therefore, we can either work in a more efficient way, or we can change the way we work altogether thanks to AI. And as Luc was saying, 2026, 2027, the bubble will burst, especially on verticalization. Well, I think we've only just scratched the surface. It's been 3 years. The generative AI has been around for 3 years approximately. We are starting to understand it. But it's only the beginning. We only are beginning to find use cases. In 2025, there was a study that showed that 95% of the POCs, the new concepts that were introduced between 2024 and 2025, 2023 and 2024, 2025, nothing came out of it. If we compare with 2023, Well, we immediately thought about the hype. The hype was general. We're going to use general processes, but now we are beginning to work on much more vertical and relevant projects. And we're starting to do that, and we can verticalize just about any industry. So there will be small AIs which are more frugal and nicer, things that you can do at home rather than in the cloud. It's more human to do them at home rather than in the cloud. The cloud doesn't belong to us anyway. So we're only scratching the surface. But the generative AI must be used for everything. The old 30-year-old AIs are still there, and there are things that we can do with expert systems, 30-year-old AIs. So it is just the beginning of the use of those AIs, and the new generations, Diane de 15 or someone else's, they will be there. They've been around since 1956 officially, with ups and downs and new AIs coming out every 10, 20 years. Well, someone was saying that the LLMs were about to die and that we were going to turn to small language machines rather than large language machines. Can you explain? Well, small LLMs, GPT models, we know exactly what the size, we don't know exactly what the size is, but those are large models, thousands of parameters. But now we're looking at small models. Well, small models is less than 10 billion parameters, easier to process, easier to verticalize, and so get them to be specialized on a very specific industry or field of interest. The bigger the size, the bigger the quantity of data you need to train the model. And in a company, although we have a vast quantity of data, sometimes it's not enough. So sometimes it's better to choose a small model and specialize it on a specific task. Obviously, those models will be used for agent platforms that will help you orchestrate tasks and plan actions in time. For instance, if you say, well, the most famous example is you want to book a trip to Venice. And the system will plan the trip. The first agent will look at the calendar and see when you're available. It will then scrap on the internet the Air France website to find the flight. I mean, these are small different tasks, and every time they are orchestrated together. First, you find the day availability, then the available flights, then the available hotel, and all of this will be gathered, clustered to provide a result. Which means that for the company, it's the Holy Grail. The process has been digitalized. It's not just the assistant that I call on the phone and whom I ask a question to and she provides an answer. No, it's the whole process will be carried out by the AI. The complete flow from A to Z. And thanks to the verticalization, I know that the result will be reliable. Because otherwise, if I need to check every time that the generated result is available, I waste time. It doesn't make sense anymore. There's a small issue that we have observed in the agent platforms is also that they're very conservative. Same example, you want to go to Venice. You're thinking, okay, you go to several websites, you think, you choose, the intelligence. I mean, the whole point is that you want to optimize the requests, the inquiries. And the whole point of using small models is that you can decrease their consumption. They'll be more frugal. But it's coming. The result, as Luc said, is there when you verticalize, and then you can really deal with issues. So it's ChatGPT, which is very journalistic, is doomed. It's compromised. Well, it's like when people said that the Swiss knives were useless. They're funny, and everybody said they were going to disappear. These funny knives were with a blade and everything. You know, you can no longer assemble an IKEA piece of furniture with a Swiss knife. So we're going to use very specialized tools, a hammer, a screwdriver, a saw, and then you can assemble your IKEA piece of furniture. That's a good example, the Swiss knife. Okay, any questions? There's one question here. Okay, then one here, and then Cédric Villani. Could you please introduce yourselves? Stephen Elek, Hello Data Science in Université. Thank you for the presentation. I had a question. I totally agree with your observations. For me, AI is not going to replace man. I use it every day in my company. However, productivity gains are obvious. Is it going to replace some of our jobs? I don't know, but it will save us hiring some people. So what do you think about that? How is society going to evolve? I wanted to hear your opinion. Well, it's only my opinion. I mean, you know, I can only give you my opinion. I'm not Elon Musk, and I wouldn't dream of pretending I'm Elon Musk. That's why I want your opinion. Okay, I would like to refer to my friend Philippe Allion, who's has been the Nobel Prize for Economy for a few weeks now. And Schumpeter, you remember Schumpeter was the guy who came up with a theory regarding the Industrial Revolution and said that the destruction of some jobs never happened. There was always an increase in the number of jobs, and that there never was a real downturn in the number of jobs during the Industrial Revolution. So in reality, regarding the jobs, I believe that generative AI will change the rush for employment. However, what your question implies is that we will no longer hire young people. It's happening in the US already. We see company managers saying, I don't want to hire young people because AI will do what they would do. The little intern, well, his or her job can be done by AI. So that is what is happening. There is less work, there are less jobs for students just out of college. And that is a mistake because to begin with, the younger generation is more educated than the previous generation to use that tool. They were born with computers and AI. But the real argument is that if these tools are there to augment me, they're also there to augment the younger generation. So the younger generation, rather than just photocopying documents for a year, the interns will perform much better, much faster for the task they have been hired for. Because of the tool, because the tool is going to help them acquire experience in that particular field for which they have been hired for that job, and they will be operational more quickly than the previous generations. That's what I think. So we will find out. I mean, just now we don't know. This is what is happening in the US. I don't know if it's the same in France, I don't know. But in the US, it's like that. And we will soon find out that experts who are augmented by the tool, they will disappear because they retire, and we will have to replace them with the younger generation, with younger, new experts and young experts. The younger generation, those are just fresh out of school.
Cédric Villani, you have a question. Yes, a question for Luc and for Bilal. You both have managed tech industry teams through different projects in different sectors. You've seen a lot of people. So what kind of profile of people, what kind of training, what conclusions do you have for managing these kind of teams? What works, what doesn't? Well, that's a great question. Don't change anything. That's what I was saying earlier. You know, we have to educate ourselves. Let's continue to learn these jobs because we mustn't think that AI will do this in place of us. We need specialized profiles. What I've heard in France often is that we're going to learn IT at school. What does that mean? Learn AI in schools? It doesn't matter. Let's just learn maths. Let's learn French. Let's learn philosophy. Let's learn history, geography. Exactly what we're not doing in the US. In the US, we are educational. In France, you are lucky enough to be technical, if you like. And that's the great thing about France. Yes, some people are left by the wayside as far as education goes, but the elite, all of the elites in the universities, we are fabulous in France, extraordinary, because you've studied history, because you've studied philosophy, because you've studied whatever. So you have this kind of capacity, and that's what you mustn't change. That is what makes you different, sets you apart from all of these other engineers. These French engineers are successful because they are French, because they are educated in this way. They are the best in the world. You have to say that to yourselves. You have to remind yourselves. Let's not change anything. Well, yes, let's change, but let's go back to what we used to have. Let's be sure that we learn all of these different skills, these different subjects, and not try and be too focused and say, AI, AI, AI. That doesn't mean anything. I totally agree. We need engineers, we need PhD students. You need to know about maths to be able to get into the model, to virtualize it, to set the parameters, to adapt it. And it's absolutely essential. I totally agree with what you're saying. And history and geography, of course. Yeah, I don't know about history and geography, but still. Yes, yes, yes. Honestly, let me explain. When you are blinded by a new technology, that's what's happening with generative AI at the moment, then you look around and you look back at history and you take a look at what's happened over the last 70 years, and you can see that we're just repeating ourselves every time. It's a cycle. It's hype, and then poof, disappointment. And then you bounce back and you manage to do something. That is what history is about. And that's philosophy. Thank you. Is there perhaps a last question, or maybe we should keep that in mind? It's very positive. Thank you to both of you. Michel had a question, but I'm very sorry, we don't have enough time. Okay, we'll see if we have time at the end. Great, fabulous. Moving on then. We're going to be focusing still on AI, but this time we're going to be looking at the link between R&D and artistic and personal development. So as you can see, we are brushing a really broad stroke image of all of this. So I would like to ask Laurence de Villers from the Sorbonne University to join me on stage, Marie-Paul Cany from the École Polytechnique Académie des Sciences. If you could come on stage, please, ladies. Thank you very much for being here. So AI is not just a model, but an interface. That is what we are going to be discussing now. We have different interfaces that we're dealing with when we talk about AI. We talk about the technical interface and the tool, the user interface with the experience, and sometimes the relational interface. So we now have a little bit of time to talk about that. And maybe we might have time to take a few questions. So let me begin with you, Marie-Paul Cany. You are a researcher and professor in 3D graphic studies at the Polytechnic School University. You work on animating and modelizing virtual worlds. You are a member of the Science Academy, and you're delegated to the Applied Science section. You have been awarded various prizes. One of those is the Joliot-Curie Prize for mentorship, for helping women, because you're also a militant, an activist to boost the position of women in scientific environments and to encourage girls to study sciences. So thank you for that. Can you tell us a little bit about what you teach? And then we'll take a look at how that helps co-creation. Well, my research field is 3D IT design, creation objects, virtual objects that are imaginary, that could be manufactured in future. And if they're not manufactured, then maybe we can use them to explain things. This field can be applied to any industry, any cultural and creative industry, but also to prototyping in any industry for design, computer-assisted design of objects, and to design buildings, architecture. Without 3D graphics, we would not know how to create. So it's not the same as imaging or images on a computer. We want to recreate something that does exist, and we want to design tools to do that so that the human can invent something new. And the tie with AI is that I ask whether this new generative AI won't rein in our human creativity. So there is that worry. If we just learn from existing data, including for the 3D creation, we will create objects that are all the same. Will there be a new Picasso in this world? Or will we prefer to watch films and video games that are created by humans, or see yet another version of Friends based on previous scenario? Will we still be able to invent and tell stories like Avatar or other things to get messages across, or will humans prefer things created by machines? So I agree. And Luc Julia, I agree with Luc Julia. I think that AI is generative, but it's absolutely not creative. Right. And when we were preparing this discussion, you told me that you were worried about AI. You saw it as a threat, that cohabitation, co-creation, generating and creating was a thing. Well, yes, it does need to be co-creation. When you improvise with somebody who plays an instrument, you can be inspired by something, but you can be inspired by AI. But if you copy and paste something, you can take a part of what AI has designed and you can transpose that and integrate it into your wider picture. So for me, creation is very broad. It doesn't just happen in your head. It's only because of a visual feedback that we see that the picture slowly emerges and we finish designing what we're designing. It's progressive and you have to be able to modify it right to the very end. So there's an idea that we haven't yet discussed today. Format. 3D generation of images has a low level of format. For those who knows, if you have a volume per mer, so voxels or a field of vectors, it won't be structured. It's non-structured. You have data. Generative AI can create a huge amount of non-structured data, as if you were creating an image pixel by pixel if you're in 2D. And to modify that, it's much harder than if you create it in a vectoral way with huge shapes that you can move. And it's the same. Even if you're creating movement, if you're generating a 3D animation, for instance, if it's not a rig on an articulated person, then the game designer will not be able to come and modify it. And he might want to do this. For instance, that blue person in Avatar walks like a human, but has a kind of specificity that's a bit different. So you want AI to help you create, but to do that, we'll have to change the AI models so that they allow us to create structured models, models that we can understand and that we can modify. Okay, well, you've already said quite a lot there. Thank you. So you're worried about the kind of homogenization if everything is done through AI, and you want to keep this creative pathway open. Laurence de Villers, you are professor in AI at the Sorbonne University, and you work with human-machine interface, on the human-machine interface, and you've been working on the societal impact of these technologies. This morning, you already took part, and we were talking about emotions in this field. So generative AI has really disrupted your field as well, and we have created a new semantic environment from a context. And you were saying that this was working on, this involved coding that used to be done manually, that's now done automatically by AI. So what impact has that had for you? Well, let me just set more context. I do predictive AI. So I detect emotions in voice, whether it's a visual video, an audio file, or text. And these generative AIs are applied to these three fields and can improve my predictive model's capacity. They code the input and generalize better than my expert indices. I didn't calculate that manually, of course, but I used sophisticated equations on signals to do that. So AI can input information that I was unable to see with my naked eye. And even my programs on signal detection was unable to detect them. So, basing ourselves on the image or the sound, the system can find useful information. And that is not something that we know how to do. We have to trust this perception. For emotions, I don't know what indices have been perceived by the machine to reach that conclusion. So that is a kind of trap that is potential. The machine may know more about you in the future, but is it true? And can you trust this object? So generative AI has the potential to add to performances. However, it's very opaque. It's not transparent, and we need the system to be much more transparent. So we need to do more research on these topics. Tools can contribute in micro ways, identify pixels, look at imaging for cancer, tumors, etc. We can detect things more upstream, for instance, earlier. But it's a macro approach as well, because it generates a huge amount of data that the expert cannot deal with on their own. Just vast. But when we go back to the doctor, it's not so easy. The system can predict to 67% that you will get a cancer. What do you do with that? Luc said that they would learn quicker, that young people think they will learn quicker. No. I mean, I've seen radiologists who had 30 years worth of data on breast cancer, and he was able to say, this is a false positive because I have experience, whereas the new doctors, the young people who've just come in because they haven't learned to manipulate these tools, they immediately take these biopsies and believe that there is that potential. They don't have their own opinion. They can't make their own opinion, and that's normal. So we have to get together, work in teams as an interface to these systems to better manage the responses we give. And the precision given by these systems is sometimes biased. And when I see the fact that how we're trying to compare all of these systems, well, you should know they're all cheating. They are contaminated because they have just ingested all of this data. They have a capacity to generalize. So all of this cheating, all of this obscurity is, to the researcher, a huge amount of work to do, huge topics that need to be researched. We need to look under the bonnet and see what we can detect. You were talking about generation and the images that you see and the tools that you need to be able to manipulate that image. We don't want to be in that situation. So there's still a lot of work to be done before we can completely trust these machines. We trust them far too much for now. And for now, there's a lot of, there's a lot of kind of, it's not cosmetics, but it looks nice. You want to trust it, don't you? It's very shiny, very new, and very efficient. It looks clear, but actually it's not. Because perceiving emotions is not that straightforward. Yes, it's very human, and this machine has no body, it doesn't look It's not multimodal. I use one for voice, I use one for text, but I need the visual side of things as well. So I need these multimodal indices to improve the perception of these machines. But I'm very bad at perception. You know, my brain is not very good to perceive things, and neither is yours, actually, because I love this experience. Let me tell you about it. So there's a young person who wants to test the perception we have of our own emotions. So he asks people who come to record things. They're just coming to record. They don't know what they're doing. So you say they have to grade, give a grade, and you say, are you happy? That was the first question. Then they have to read the text that they've been asked to read. Half of them will hear their own voice. The other half will hear their voice augmented, something more happier. So they read in a different way. They don't realize it, but this scale does pick that up. Everybody who's been asked whether they are happy are happier. That's amazing. That means we're not very reliable. No, we're not, absolutely. Marie Volcalier, are you worried about the way that AI is being used more and more in education? Well, in that, I have created a master's in AI in the Polytechnic University, AI and visual computing, visual and creative AI. It's quite successful, and we're dealing with, well, dealing with applied maths. They have to understand maths and statistics, why it works, why it doesn't work, what the models are made of, and the IT department. And in my field, we are continuing to teach them to create with the old models so that they know how it works, how it's put together, so that they can see these structured models. We don't put them right in front of AI tools to create these new models to then modify.
Because I think some people have the two skills. They can do both things, so they can develop specialized tools, amongst other things. I really believe in my students. And do they believe in this? Or do they take this as a sanction? For instance, the fact that AI is not used very much. Well, there's no sanction. And during the second year, with the second year students, we look at procedural models for graphic IT. I asked them to, well, they have to create a virtual world. And we are the ones who invented the sketching, because in the past it was knowledge-based that was developed by scientists from other disciplines. So we could draw the mountains, and with the laws of erosion and all that, all the laws that were valid. So we would create by sketching, by duplication of details with brushes. In a minute, with one example, with a large brush, you're going to paint a consistent mountain. But if you decided that a mountain slope is different from where you have trees and shrubs, then the smart brush will have learned this. This is real-time learning. This is an example for the users. And I asked them to compare the creation of virtual world with graphic IT tools and Manon's generative AI, so that they would compare both. That was quite interesting, I must say. First time this year that we did this exercise with the wave of Gen AI that arrived in 2D imaging. Now we have tools that are available for 3D. We didn't have to train models again. We've used the existing models, and this is what we have now. For instance, the generation of a scene, for instance, or a special image. I'd like to have the office for the type of Harry Potter teacher or a dentist's office, and the object will appear in a 3D on a stage, more or less. And that's what we have on the market. So it's the creative gesture that they have to learn. Yes, the desire to create is very important, and therefore this can help help us create better, sorry. Let's have a look at this conference room. Let's imagine that I've modeled well, quite a lot of people. And if I were to do this type of movement, this gesture to broaden you, then does that mean that each person should be wider, or does that mean that we want to have more seats and more listeners in the room? That's what I mean. If a smart AI has to understand how we want to change the content, then we have to understand human beings' intentions, because we don't necessarily express intentions on the basis of rules. So to understand perceptions and intentions of human beings, it could be a good thing to get AI learning model, or training model rather. Well, as far as intentions are concerned, I agree, but there are limits. You see, now Diane Lequin, for instance, on the LLM, has said a number of things, and they say they're limited. So Kanban, that is system 1, system 2. System 1, low-level LLM. System 2, the world model that Diane Lequin wants to produce. But even if, let's say that this is finalized, what about metacognition? Your intention is connected to moral choices, is connected to the fact that you want to perhaps avoid what you have in your memory to invent something new. That's what I'm telling the translators. The translators who complain, we don't have any jobs any longer. Well, they still will work. Translating Shakespeare today with AI, it's not in the same context, because the machine cannot abstract parts of the memory or stored in the memory, whereas we do adapt. So we have the power to imagine. Our intention is a lot stronger than these machines. I agree with you. I quite agree with you. It's very important. That's why in our systems, we try and make sure that the users are in the loop so that they can look at what AI does, but they have to modify everything either through and through or throw it away. And in addition to this co-creation, I concur with you. If that's the objective, not to go against the machine, but to go with the machine and to understand, and also to look at the limits of the objects. But we shouldn't say that the machine's always better than we are. No, it isn't. I've heard that, I think, today. Well, there's still leeway. For instance, Lacan and Freud. Now, in a language, there are metaphors, things that you don't say, or a silence. In void, there's something. Machine doesn't understand void or silences. Okay, sometimes machines do better than us if they multiply details. For instance, the scales on the back of a dragon. Okay, you have one scale, and then with one movement of the brush, you're going to have the whole skin of the dragon. Yeah, that's true. They're faster than we are. But what's good about machines is that they don't care if it's a silly task. They're never going to get bored. They have no judgments about the task. So why should we leave the creativity to the machine? And because it gives meaning to our lives. Now, that's a big if. Okay, why should we do this? And we would do the silly task that is preparing all the data grinding, formatting those, and deciding about the number of layers of a neural network. I agree with you. But in education, we need a repetition. Even Pascal was saying this, to learn high-level maths, and we have to repeat and repeat mental calculus and to understand things. Repetition for children is essential. It's part of the learning process. To memorize things with your own experience, that's part of learning. What AI doesn't know, and that's funny, is that they're going to give you solutions from time to time, rather than reading the papers to know how to repair your washing machine or something else. AI is going to come up with solutions. They're going to look at what human beings say, but it doesn't work because AI will not try out. There's no trial. So there's no connection to reality, space, and time. These AIs are hovering on our heads, over our heads. They are perhaps the pen, but not the mind. I agree with you. There's a difference. Training and learning is different from creation. When you learn, you need to repeat even the low-level tasks. But if you create, you have to be able to do this progressively. If you create, you don't invent from scratch. Okay, but there's one aspect that we have to add. That is, schools have to remember that we have to go back to the fundamentals, the basics, history, geography, languages, etc. But understanding AI without understanding programming. Programming is not sufficient to understand these objects. So that's what we have to work on. It's connected to ethics. It's connecting this with other disciplines, hard sciences, human sciences, to understand the consequences, the biases. There'll always be biases anyway. In any case, it'll never be 100% success. Let's not just all of a sudden blindly trust machines. Each time you query the machine, it's going to be a bit like random. No, and the answer the machine's going to give you is not always good. So agentic, it gives me a shiver when people say agents will control other agents autonomously. Well, we don't know what this world's going to look like together at scale. What's it going to look like? So let's not give too much power to these objects. Even though each object will have a precise task, we don't know if we group them together what the effect will be. So we need to evaluate this before we do anything else. You were saying that we could have a list of do's and don'ts, the pros and cons of AI, which is what we have for drugs. Yeah, in the medical sphere, in bioethics, we have protocols. We don't just commercialize and sell the drugs and don't tell people how to use and take the pills. But for AI, we give AI to our children. We don't give them we don't talk about the counter effects. For mental health, this is a problem. And then what's the answer? People say there's a ban. We need a ban. No, that's not a good decision. And it's not possible in any case. But children will continue and use AI tools. They need to be educated. They have to understand the impact. And then, these AIs that people think is a shrink that help people get a cure against mental ill, that's strong. Mental diseases, that's wrong. It's not that easy to come up with a diagnosis. And then there's something else. We standardize everything and we forget that we have different cultures, different from the culture in America or the English-speaking world in general. And that's awful because most of these objects, 95% of these objects are from the English-speaking world. So it's not our view on the world. It's not the way we control our values. They're going to manipulate us. So it's essential to develop your own tools to make sure we have good education so that we understand how we can work with other disciplines. And we should talk about ethics as quickly as we can with our children so that they're not naive when they use these objects. Can I say something? Sure. Well, this rings a bell. It's all very nice to learn ethics and all the ins and outs of these tools, but it's not ethical if you give to the general public, people of all ages who've never learned anything about this when they were young, give them a ChatGPT function on their cell phones, and they're going to take this as a friend or as a shrink. Nobody's going to tell them how it's been developed. And if today they want to understand what's in ChatGPT, they're going to send a prompt to ChatGPT. I don't know what the answer is going to be. And so that means that today some people use these chats as if this was a friend or a psychologist. Is that good? Who's evaluated this? I completely agree with you, and that frightens me. It's even worse if you think about attention and attachment, and well, please mark my words. When then the child, who let's say is a child with autism, and if you give them an object to help them, why not? But then how can you do without the object? Because then this creates some type of dependence. You will have to have the tool. So what do we want with these objects? Do we really have any control? And over the longer run, what does that mean? For instance, Benbot, I think, that is, you want your father's voice again, even though he's dead. Is that useful to live? How can we manage this emotionally? What should we do? In Japan, they have rituals. That is, it's as long as morning continues. Otherwise, it's like Black Mirror. Have a look at this. Watch that. No, some movies are really frightening. That's really something to do with ethics. And that's what we said on the phone when we discussed that. We said there's no observatory or no AI watch. No, no, we don't have this. A multidisciplinary approach. That's what I wanted with Cédric. That is, open the bonnet, see what's in the engine, know what the fuel looks like, and then rather than having theories of addiction. Well, we have an ethical committee. They're studying the ethics of AI with the Academy of Sciences, and therefore we have philosophers with different profiles. Hard sciences, no, I'm sorry, it has nothing to do. An observatory, a watch. People talk, they are experts, and they don't do. They talk, they don't do. We need to act. Now, for 8 years, I was on an ethical committee, and it's all very nice when we discuss. We have nice theories with philosophers, and at the end of the day, what do people do? No, in terms of rolling out, there's nothing at all, or not much. Rather than having deliverables on all that, we should perhaps look at how the objects are used and see if something is noxious or not. With philosophers, sociologists, IT experts, politicians, mathematicians, that's a multidisciplinary approach, and cover all the usages. Now, I asked the French CNRS, and I said, who's in charge of this? And they said, not many people. There was a chair called Human-Machine Effective Interaction and Ethics with economists, linguists, IT experts, and we were trying to look at nudge, a soft manipulation, nudging. How can we measure this? And what we saw is that when a child is in front of a machine, Google or a human being, the scenario is the same. If it's a serious game, you can check what's happening. They're going to follow what the machine says and not the human beings, not people. They're not going to change their minds if they are discussing with a human being, but they will do. They will change their minds with a machine. We did the same with the Chair de Bernardin chair. And so let's be careful. It's a bias of trust. We have the impression that these machines are neutral, they're not judging us, and all that's very nice. Okay, that's a call that we've heard. Quite interesting. We have a couple of questions here in the room. Okay, that's interesting. We have 2 questions over here. I don't know if we can listen to all of you. Could you introduce yourselves, please? Sigrid Brun. I'm a student, master on cybersecurity for economic warfare. Well, first, thank you. Thank you very much. You really represent the society we'd like to have tomorrow. That is, women in science for the advancement of science. Thank you very much, both of you. Well, thanks. We need both. Well, we need both on the planet, 50% men, 50% women. Okay. Right, what I was thinking about, I was thinking, don't we need to have a scientific pause so that we fix what's going wrong with education, so that we have the older generations with the younger ones? Aurélien Barros talked about a degrowth. Shouldn't we do this? Slow down because it's going too quickly. Mr. Villani was saying this. There's a short run, the financial world, and the scientific world is the long term. So I'm not going to use the word moratory, but we have the time, perhaps in France or in Europe, to take a pause. What would you say about this? Well, if we could stop for a little while everywhere in the world, I'd say yes, yes, okay, I'll go for it. And Benjio has suggested this. But doing this in France, with the rest of the world going on, I'm not quite sure it would make sense. Well, this is our wish. This is an idea that we like. At the mic. Thank you very much. I'm Pierre Bust, a professor at the Université of Rennes. Can I build on what you said before? Can we say that AI is better than us? Do they beat us? Well, this is the trap. It's anthropomorphism. That is, we are comparing ourselves to something else. Am I better than a windmill to produce a flour? Who knows? Well, and we forget obvious things. Since Searle, we know that talking is acting, the acts of language. Now, there's something that underpins action is responsibility and how we embody things. If I say something totally silly here in the room, you'll say, how come this person's a teacher or a professor? And I'd be bothered if you were to start to think this. So it's not totally silly. So, or maybe I don't realize I'm saying something that's totally silly. So when you interact with others, there's this special link and relation. You think about how people are going to think about you. And if your responsibility and liability is at stake, well, by the way, that's something that AI doesn't have. So there are limits to anthropomorphism. Now, there are agentic AIs, there will be acting. Predictive AI will predict. Okay, I agree. But if you ask your agentic AI for a weekend with your partner on the seaside, and then if you're in this dreadful hotel, we will see what people think about that. The double whammy effect, if you will. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. We have a question over there. Michel, perhaps? We need a microphone, because otherwise we can't hear you and the interpreters can't either. Well, that's what I wanted to say earlier on to Luc Julia. So that's a remark to you, Marie-Paul Kenny. And I concur 100%. I agree with you. These tools are tools we can use to create even more. But we have to make sure that we can still create. For instance, the music industry. Well, the majors can produce tons and tons of things. Beethoven in the Beatles manner, or you can create all sorts of things. But it's not going to be Bruckner's symphony. It's not going to be a Messiaen concerto, but will produce all sorts of things, so much so that maybe the vast majority of people will love that. So how much room is there left for the competitors? Or if they exist, they'll be totally diluted. That's the risk. I agree with you. That's why I asked the question. I used the TV series Friends or a cinema example. Do we want to be surprised? Because anything that's different is puzzling. Sometimes we want to stay in our comfort zone. Sometimes we want to see the same film several times or read several novels because they are more or less the same. That's the way we are, the human beings. Maybe we'll have to fight to give more room to creativity. For those who are creative, that's a good thing. That's where we enjoy things. It's on Earth, on this globe. Can I add something to this about music? François, you're my friend as well. And we could create even more. And but people are not very creative in the world of music. And he says AI-based creation is like opening new avenues, so we're going to do a lot more. So that's a problem. That is, we'll be all over the place and will minimize human creativity as well. That's a real difficulty today, which means that we have to focus on human credibility, which is essential, and give meaning. When machines do this, I did this with poems, there's no soul. If you take Baudelaire with Gen AI, it's going to look nice, but you will say, is it Baudelaire? Is it Dadaism? What's the political vision? What's the message that's conveyed for society, for the cultural message? Music is a vector. It's not just noise. It's a vector that brings something else. And it's a vector for communication between people. And it's a cultural vector as well. So with Gen AI, you produce all sorts of things. And these things are not very interesting. And yet, economically, they're a lot less expensive. And therefore, they're going to beat anybody else. So it's very important to have a human label or certification. I don't know. Because, you know, the thing that we've seen is the wolf. Have you seen this TV ad, The Wolf, produced by human beings? There was such a...
made by humans.
No, by humans.
It's made by
yes,
people.
it's a film. No. It's an ad, a TV
ad
ad that was produced only by human beings. And there was a global buzz about this. So this means that we need a label.
So we need a 100% human brand. And in editing also, they are starting now to write written by a real human. Thank you, Laurence de Villers. Thank you, Marie-Paul Cany.
On va rentrer dans quelque chose de plus concret, mais tout aussi intéressant. On va parler souveraineté alimentaire.
We're going to talk about sovereignty.
moi, je trouve ça très très bien que dans cette journée-là, on laisse la place aussi
I think that in
pour
this
parler de
day,
l'agriculture, de l'agroalimentaire et de notre alimentation. Je vous en prie, asseyez-vous.
we're going
Je
to
vous
talk
présente
about
donc
food,
Mathilde
agriculture,
Radec, pardon, de Le Gouessant d'abord, et Daniel Trocmé de
and
CGI, dont on a parlé
Mathilde
déjà
Radek and
ce
Daniel
matin, notre troisième
Trogmé.
représentant, et
Mathilde
donc
Radek
là
is from Le
aussi,
Gouessant, and Daniel
merci
Trogmé is
d'être
from
là à nos côtés.
CGI.
Alors on enchaîne, hein, on n'est pas sur le même, le même
So we're
sujet.
moving on. It's a different
Je vais vous présenter
subject.
d'abord Mathilde. Vous êtes
I'd like to introduce
ingénieur
Mathilde.
agroalimentaire et responsable innovation, recherche
You're
et développement au sein donc, de la coopérative
agro-food
Le Gouessant.
industry
Votre fonction,
engineer.
elle est plutôt
You
transverse,
represent
hein,
the Le
puisque vous
Gouessant
pilotez
cooperative.
notamment l'identification et la mise
You
en place des projets
are in
d'innovation,
charge
et
of
donc forcément y compris
identification
autour
and
de
innovation
la data
projects,
et de
including
l'IA.
regarding data
Pour
and
ouvrir cet
AI.
échange, j'aimerais qu'on reparle du terme un petit peu là,
To
qui nous
start
rassemble,
the
parce que c'est vrai
exchange,
que le
I'd
mot
like to
souveraineté, déjà
discuss this
souveraineté, c'est
term
un mot à tiroir.
that
Là, on est
we
sur la
want to
souveraineté
discuss here,
alimentaire. C'est
sovereignty.
un
We're
mot qui
talking
parle
about
quand même au
food
grand public.
sovereignty.
Mais je voudrais savoir quand même
It's something that
ce qu'il
the
recouvre
public at
concrètement
large
pour vous. Alors, je
is
vous pose
familiar
d'abord
with, but
la
I'd like
question, je
to
poserai la même
understand what
question
it
à
means to
Daniel
you.
Trocmé juste après.
And I will ask Daniel Trocmé
Oui,
the
bonjour.
question
Alors,
just after.
effectivement, et puis on aura quelques slides pour pouvoir
Oui,
illustrer.
après on va les... oui.
Mais effectivement,
Then we
alors je ne
will
sais
have a
pas si
few
vous êtes
slides
tous
to illustrate. I
familiers
don't
de
know if you're
l'agriculture
familiar
dans la
with
salle, mais en fait,
agriculture
on a des
in the
gros
room,
enjeux autour de
but there is
l'agriculture
a
dans
lot at
notre
stake
territoire.
here regarding
Juste pour vous donner
agriculture.
deux chiffres, et je pense que ce sera
Just to
assez
provide
parlant.
two figures,
Typiquement, on a un exploitant agricole sur deux qui part
we
à la
have
retraite, qui sera pas
one
remplacé d'ici les
farmer
5
out
à
of
10 prochaines
2 who
années.
will not be
Et puis
replaced
aussi,
when he
autre chose qui est
retires
intéressant,
within the
parce que ça
5 or
ouvrira
10
aussi des
next years, and
perspectives sur
something
ce que l'IA
interesting
peut
that may
apporter
open up
à
new
l'agriculture.
perspectives
Et
regarding
on
what
a
AI can do for
50% des
agriculture.
personnes qui reprennent ou qui s'installent en
50% of the
exploitation
people
agricole qui
who
sont non issus du milieu agricole. Je pense que vous
open
entrevoyez aussi l'enjeu des
or
connaissances
take
derrière
up a
qu'il faut leur
farm are
transmettre
not
et
coming
comment ça
from
transforme
an agricultural
le visage
background. And it
de l'agriculture dans notre
changes
pays.
the
Maintenant,
landscape
voilà,
of
je vous ai donné
agriculture
deux
in our
chiffres et je sais que
country.
Daniel a des
Those are
chiffres
two
qui sont assez
figures, and I
parlants
know
aussi
that
sur notre
Daniel has
balance
other
économique, notre
figures
balance
which are
commerciale
quite
sur notre production
self-explanatory
agricole.
regarding
Mais je
our
pense que
trade
ce sera
balance,
assez parlant pour pouvoir illustrer tout ça et puis bien
specifically
rentrer
for
dans le
agriculture,
sujet.
and
Oui,
I think
on va
it will
planter
be
le décor avec vous,
self-explanatory
Daniel Trocmé, puis
enough.
je vais vous
So
laisser justement
Daniel
prendre la main,
Trocmé,
là, parce
we're
que
going
vous
to
avez
set
quand
the
même des
stage,
slides
and
à
then I
passer, mais
will
qui
give
sont très intéressantes pour
you
qu'on puisse de
control
manière
of the
croisée
slideshow, but
aborder
I
le
think it's
sujet.
going to
Vous
be
êtes
interesting.
vice-président consultant, donc
You
expert chez
are the vice
CGI.
president,
Donc on
consultant,
l'a dit tout
expert
à
at
l'heure, donc je ne refais
CGI.
pas le pitch sur qu'est-ce qu'est
So I'm
CGI,
not
parce que
going
ceux
to
qui étaient là
redo
ce
the
matin
pitch on
l'ont
CGI.
entendu. En
Those
tout
who
cas,
were
vous êtes
here this
implanté dans
morning
le
heard
monde
it.
entier. Donc ça me
You
permet
are
d'avoir une vue
present
synoptique aussi du
across the
sujet qui est
world,
très
so you have
intéressant.
a very
Vous avez une carrière
wide
que vous avez
vision on the
débuté sur le
topic.
terrain
You
en
started your
agronomie.
career
Votre rôle vous amène
in the field of
à
agronomy.
conseiller
You were
les
working
acteurs
on
de
the
l'amont à
field.
l'aval de la
You
chaîne
were
agroalimentaire avec une
advising
expertise
people
forte sur
working
les enjeux
in the
numériques et la
food
biodiversité.
chain
Déjà,
with
oui,
a
l'idée
lot to
c'était que vous
do
nous
with
posiez un petit peu
biodiversity and
concrètement
digital
la
challenges. So I'd
présente, c'est
like to
comment
hear
la
from you
situation de l'agriculture aujourd'hui française,
what
est-ce
the
qu'elle est
current
préoccupante
situation
sur ce
is
thème
for
de
the
la
French
souveraineté.
agriculture.
Je
Is
vous
the
laisse un petit peu
situation
dérouler
cause for
vos
worry
propos.
regarding
Merci
sovereignty?
beaucoup.
And
Bonjour à
you
tous.
can show your slides.
Alors, je voulais
Well,
préciser
good afternoon,
que,
everybody. I'd like to
contrairement à
say
Frédéric, je ne viens
that
pas d'Atlanta ce matin.
unlike
Je
Frederic,
viens
I
de
did not
Rennes.
fly in from
Donc,
Atlanta.
CGI en
I
France, ça
simply came
représente à peu
from
près 14 000
Rennes.
personnes.
CGI in
Nous
France
avons une agence
represents
à Rennes dans laquelle
14,000
je
people.
travaille.
We
Et
have
dans
an
cette
agency
agence,
in
une
Rennes.
équipe qui est
And in this
très active sur
agency,
le
the team
plan
is extremely
agricole et
active
agroalimentaire. Donc, c'est de cette classe-là
with
que je
regard
vous
to
parle.
agriculture
Et
and the
effectivement, en
agri-food
tant
industry.
qu'agronome, je suis très,
As an
très sensible à la question de la
agronomist
souveraineté
myself,
alimentaire.
I'm very sensitive
Et
to
je
the
vais
issue of
tâcher de vous
food
montrer un petit peu
sovereignty, and I
l'érosion
will
de
do my
notre
best to
compétitivité.
explain
Donc,
to
je ne vais
you
pas
how
faire
Peut-être
our
peut-être
competitiveness
mettez
have
vos
been
pupitres comme
eroded.
ce sera peut-être plus
Yes, maybe
confortable
you could stand at
pour
the
vos
lectern.
cervicales.
It
Voilà,
will
comme ça
be
je vois ce que je
easier.
fais
You don't
dessus.
have to
Alors,
Donc,
twist your
on doit
cervical
constater
vertebrae.
l'érosion de notre
So yes, we have
compétitivité et du
observed that
solde
our competitiveness
commercial
had been
agroalimentaire en
eroded.
trois courbes. Cette courbe,
There
c'est
are three curves.
notre excédent commercial en produits bruts,
This is
donc agricole. Vous
our
voyez qu'il est toujours positif,
except,
mais il a
no,
tendance à
trade
baisser sur
balance,
la fin de la
positive trade
période en
balance,
2025, il est presque nul.
and it's
Ensuite, le solde
positive
des
decreasing
boissons,
end of
alors là, il est très
2025
positif.
for raw products.
En
And now we
2022, il
have
était même de
the same
14
curve
milliards d'euros,
for
ce qui est beaucoup.
drinks.
Les vins
It was
français
very
sont très
positive,
appréciés dans
14
le monde,
billion
les Canadiens le
euros
sont aussi. En
in
2025, c'est un petit peu moins, mais enfin, c'est
2022.
très compétitif. Et par contre,
French
troisième
wines and beverages
terme,
are appreciated across France, across the world. And finally, we have processed food. And processed food was reasonably, the trade balance was reasonably negative until 2014, 2015. And now it's done nothing but go downwards. And the curve that I'm adding is the total trade balance with exception of the drinks, and it's getting worse year after year. It's down to 10 billion. So what happens food by food? For cereals, we're okay. We export lots of cereals across the world. For milk or dairy products, sugar and eggs, we're okay. We're self-sufficient. However, with this group, beef, pork, fruits and vegetables, even cheese and chicken, especially chicken, we have a deficit. We're running a deficit for our trade balance. We have between 20 and 50% of negative trade balance, 20 or 50% of foreign products that we import and eat every day in France. And finally, the last group, tropical products, rice, tropical fruit, coffee, cocoa, and fish. We're down to more than 80% of imported products. And the most worrying part is this one, the food that is really the biggest part of our the way we feed ourselves in France, and the figures are going down. And these are the figures from 2023. In 2025, we don't have the figures yet, but we know it's worse. And also, I wanted to add something else regarding the food industry. It also has to do with our landscape. When in France we produce a diversified type of food, well, it gives you appetite when you see this picture. I mean, makes me want to eat. And we in France have a diversified landscape, and biodiversity is relatively still present. It's lowering, it's decreasing, but it's still relatively preserved. However, if we had more imported food, then, well, we wouldn't eat as well as we do with regard to health, but also our landscape would not be diversified. There would be nothing like but fields of cereals and nothing else. No milk, no fields with cows. So what's the connection with AI? Do you like French yellow kiwis? I think they're delicious. And this is attributable to an effort, a commitment made by French farmers who developed the know-how to be able to produce both green and yellow kiwis in France. They have different brands, Esprit especially, and they have developed a modern type of production. Sensors are being used, they control the irrigation, and they can produce 50,000 tons, but that's only 1 out of 4 kiwis being eaten in France. So the other 3 are imported. So when exactly are we going to move to the right scale and we will be eating nothing but French-produced kiwis? AI may have something to say to those producers. Thanks to the data from the sensors, thanks to the data from the satellites, we could very well improve the crops, predict the crops, enlarge the shipment windows, control the refrigerated transportation, predict diseases, predict sales. I have recorded the prices to try and compare how competitive our kiwis are with the kiwis from New Zealand. On this graph, we see the prices outside of the EU and the prices in France. There isn't that much difference, really. So we can be competitive by producing our own kiwis in France and not in New Zealand. So eat French kiwis. That's my advice for everybody. Another example, and here we're talking about much bigger volumes. The prediction for chicken breast production. We have what it takes in France to restore our food sovereignty with regard to chicken breast. We eat 50% of imported chicken breast nowadays. Technically, we have all the data for the necessary predictions that would help us improve the competitiveness of our poultry producing farmers. On the left-hand side, we have very detailed nutrition data. We know exactly what feed quantity we give to the poultry. On the right-hand side, we have all the data necessary for husbandry, the housing, the temperature, the water consumption, all the data collected on the field. And then at the bottom, we have all the data for slaughtering, the age, the weight of the animal, the weight of each carcass. We know exactly. So we have everything we need to perform predictive AI exercises. It's not it's not revolutionary. We could improve this slightly with generative AI, but it can be done. And at the bottom, we have a list of the world companies that already are doing it that way. I really liked what was said earlier regarding the break we need to take in the world or in Europe. Well, we don't want to do that, because otherwise we will keep importing 70% and 80%, and then we will produce no more chicken or poultry in France. Nowadays we eat Spanish pork. Approximately half of the imports of pork meat come from Spain, and that's about approximately 30% of the pork we consume. And in Spain, they have big breeding farms with lower production costs, and the labor is also less expensive. So they can produce huge numbers of pigs, and we cannot compete. And that also applies to China. China was a very good buyer of French pork meat, but now it's the other way around. Here we have a building in Wuhan, 26 floors, producing pigs, 54,000 tons of pork meat. And China, that used to import pork meat, is now exporting pork meat. Very soon we will be eating Chinese pork meat. So if we don't want to suffer this way, we need to improve the efficacy of the way we feed our pigs. We need to feed them with more accuracy to decrease the polluting rejections and waste, and also to improve the weight. And it is being done. We did it at Iris last year. There's a system that weighs every day how much the pig will eat, how much weight it will gain, and it works really well. And you know, it improves the price of pork meat production. And at Luc Julia, there is an experimentation with the digital twin. Do we have an idea of the stage at which French agriculture is digitalized? The level at which French agriculture is digitalized? Well, we have had 1,800 interviews with company managers, which are our clients, and we are following the data. In 2022, we were slightly behind with the digital strategy of our food industry clients, but now we have compensated for that delay, and actually they are ahead of the pack in the panel of all the other industries. So we shouldn't think, they're just farmers, they're behind everybody else. They're not. Now they're ahead of everybody else, but there's still a lot of work to do. Now we will hear from Mathilde how this can be done concretely in a cooperative like Le Guesson. Well, back to Daniel's image, I would like to compare it with an image from a pork farm a pig farm in Brittany. And here we have the Spanish and the Chinese one, and we have on the right-hand side the French Breton pig farm. Well, it's not it's still a sort of family farm production system, although it's not like what our grandparents did, but still it's a family production. And there is a diversity of models that can be implemented, and we have to be competitive. As early as 2019, Rémi loves figures, and at the time he knew that the data could be used. So very early on, we wanted to include new skills so that the technical knowledge about the job could be used to improve the competitiveness of our farms, but not only the economic wellness, the well-being for the animals and for the farmers as well. I would like to talk about a research project that was conducted with IFIP and an OEM, an equipment manufacturer. We worked on a digital twin on the scale of the pen, so where the pigs are kept. Not that much data. This must be said. We can collect more data. We don't need too much data. We always wonder how much is enough, how much is necessary and how much is enough. But we can place many sensors, but if they're not interoperated or if they're not connected, because not all the farms have Wi-Fi. So we said, okay, we're going to use what is strictly necessary to reply to a very pragmatic question from the farmers. How can I improve my profitability and my consumption index? How many kilos of feed should I give to my pigs to obtain 1 kilogram of live weight? And this, what is at stake here is the so-called feed efficiency. So we need to optimize our agricultural resources. Less input, less land occupied, less imports of raw material or less land being occupied on the territory. And then behind this, we find the farmers' income and the sustainability of the industry, because we also want to develop the industry with new criteria regarding animal welfare, animal well-being. For instance, here the animals always have access to outside pens at any age, and this is not always the case in all of the farms. Now, the digital twin is interesting because based on the quantity of feed consumed by group and by individual pig, if we look at the group behavior, we can derive a mathematical model, then we can change the scale and see what happens within the pen, although we don't have the individual consumption indices. And with this very limited quantity of data on some animals measured individually, we can then extrapolate to a larger number of animals. This work was conducted with Sid and Emmanuel, and this is for the mathematicians. We also did a big job assimilating the data. I'm not a mathematician myself, but Emmanuel keeps saying, yeah, but you know, it's nice. It's like music to have the mathematical indices. Interestingly, the human eye is attracted by the top curve. The pig will eat 2.5 kilos, 2 kilos the next day, 3 kilos the day after. I mean, it's reality. And people will say, well, the curve is very strange. No, it's normal. I mean, it matches the animal's behavior. And we work to be able to flatten out the curve, to restore the information and give it back and analyze it. I'd like to come back to something which I believe is important. In order to climb to the top of the pyramid, where AI is, we need solid foundations. I'd like to go back to what we said recently. What was the time spent between food and industrialization, and the data governance notion is absolutely essential. We cannot come up with a good AI model if we don't work on data acquisition, responsibility with data, and a system that is really performing well. And I'd like to show you another example. I was telling you about animal well-being, welfare, but well, not talking about generative AI here. It's not very complex, but it's very important. And in order to be able to manage a pig farm without having to cut their tails, well, obviously, in some cases, it's necessary to cut the tails because the animals are aggressive with each other. They bite each other's tails. And so it is sometimes necessary to cut their tails. But here we can wonder, the data. Well, I guys can see you laughing, but how can the data provide objective information to help decision making so that we can do those farms when we manage without cutting the tails?
So this is information that we've collected, and then we've got a tool to help the farmer make a decision and say, warning, there are 2 factors here that could impact this kind of eating tails. What you have to do is to make available to the farmers a certain tool because they need the right values to make the decision. And it has to be simple. I need a screen, I want two-piece information maximum, and I want somebody checking what I'm doing. That's all they want. That's very important. Otherwise, it's pointless. It has no value because they won't be able to use it, even if there is a complex mathematical calculation behind this. And that's why we have managed to reach these excellent performances, and that's also why we have seen the results that we have on this kind of study. So these experiments have been reproduced in other contexts. And the last thing is a job we're doing with CGI. The information needs to be fed back in a simple, clear way. So how do you do that? Well, we worked on a project since 2020, and we've been working on that for egg-laying hens. So, for instance, there was a question, when do I have to take my egg-laying hen out of the circuit and reform it? There are two challenges here. In order to put in place the new hens, the new stock, let me just explain. Egg-laying hens, before the hen is an egg-laying hen, it's a young hen and it's raised in a different building. And then after about 18 weeks, they start to lay eggs, and the peak is at 26 weeks, and then they lay eggs for a year. So the farmer has to be able to plan very carefully, and it's tricky because they need to occupy the different buildings in an optimal way. So they wanted to know, what is the date that I have to that I have to move my chickens away, the spent hens, and are there any problems that may arise? And what kind of problems could they be? Because when you notice that a hen starts to lay fewer eggs, then that's too late. Maybe there's been a heat wave, maybe their feeding has gone wrong, or there's a problem. So first of all, we want to know whether we can modelize this situation. And we did that in 2020. We had data, some of it erratic, but we did have enough data to enable us to modelize that egg-laying curve, and therefore we could generate a digital twin and calculate the capacity of egg laying. And last year we set up a data collection system on a day-to-day basis that meant that we could improve that performance. And recently, we've gone further. Technicians know how to analyze this curve, but what's more difficult is this: if I have 10 farms or 20 farms and they're deviating and they all have the same reason, then I can't analyze that sufficiently. And we might have 10 technicians working on this. They're not all following the same farms. They do run into each other, but they don't necessarily discuss everything. And when there is an adverse event, then they need to be able to react quickly. So again, we worked on this screen, on this page with CGI. How do we get the information back to the technicians in time for them to react? It's very easy. Red, when you're in the red, no good. If you're in the green, that's good. And they told us the same thing that the farmers had. They said, if I have a graph, okay, we've got the egg-laying graph curve. That's fine, I get that. But the curve that a batch runs into a problem, the probability that a batch might run into a problem, well, that's a bit more difficult. Only some people might be able to analyze that. That is not something you need for day-to-day steering of the farm. So we worked on this application, and there are other screens as well, the curve for egg laying and being able to document the events and say what happened. But this is where it gets interesting, because just by looking at one screen in the morning, the technician can open the screen, see what's going on, notice that something's gone wrong, and see which part of the stock it is. So they get the information, then they can implement all of their expertise in the field. That's very powerful, and they can analyze the cause and react. But they can do that because they have seen that there's a problem, and that's broad. So the feedback for the user, okay, it's not fabulously sophisticated, but it really does make a difference. And we've been waiting. They told us that we've been waiting for this for 5 years. Now, in 2019, we began discussions on this, and it was interesting to see. We set up projects, research projects, which led to POCs. We put in a lot of means. We entered into partnership with Seed, but I don't know if anyone ever said, let's go and talk about mathematics with them. We didn't become experts in maths. Emmanuel didn't become an expert in hen rearing either. But what it did make us do is say what job we did and exactly what we needed. When I talked about data responsibility, the quality of data, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You want to bring in the expertise from the field and cross-reference it with the data and make sure that data speaks. And when you are analyzing all of that, it's interesting because whereas you may have been analyzed in silos, you no longer are. You may have looked at something and looked for the root cause, but now you might go and reach out to the neighbor and talk to them because they may have input some of the data and discover things. And that's what's interesting. We talked about machines, but we're also talking about humans today. And what was interesting in this project was AI serving the group of humans, a human team. Humans communicate much better and qualify their expertise when there is data to help them do that. This was on a predictive level, but on the generative side, there's a huge challenge. That's true for farming. I think that generative AI in future will input some hybrid approach to farming and will be able to tell a different story. We'll be able to enrich and make these models more robust. Thank you, Mathilde. So we can see that the word sovereignty goes hand in hand with competitivity for our area and profitability for Le Guesson and the breeder. So was that tricky, thinking outside the box and trying to reach out to the farmers? The indicators seem fairly straightforward. You showed them to us, but did they allow the farmers to really understand this approach and help them? They didn't see it as replacing their jobs. And they weren't overwhelmed. No, and I don't think it's worth mentioning the 10% of people who will never come on board. But farmers challenge us. They say, I need to free up time to do my job. You know, they don't have one single job. They have roughly 10 jobs to do. They're, augmented entrepreneurs, if you like. And they say, I need to save time on things that weren't really my basic job, because what they like is going and looking at the soil, looking after their cattle, their stock, their breeds. And so if that helps them increase their economic profitability, then that's great. But they do say, I am open to new things, but it has to be simple. I have so many tools. I have so many administrative complications. I don't want this to be just another layer. It has to help me, and it has to free up time. Now, we've talked about freeing up time, but farmers say, I need more time to do my job. I am, somebody who looks after the land and looks after animals, and that's what I want to spend my time doing. So I think that's important, and I think that we need to keep that in mind. So the countryside. So the race for profitability or competitivity to remain, to keep track with this food sovereignty, does that have an impact on the practices that we're having? Is it not, making them all the same? Well, no. Farms have really diversified over the last 20 years. You can see why the farmer wants to do a job that's meaningful, and we want to eat good food. So buying diverse French food creates diversity upstream in the farms, in all of the processes, and in the countryside. So we are not about to homogenize everything and make everything uniform. No, we nearly did, but now we're not. And sometimes we see fairly scary photos of China and Spain and their farms. So how are we going to protect ourselves? How are we going to have a frugal use of IT? How are we going to make our cattle, our breeds and our animal more profitable? And what about their well-being? How do we also save energy? I mean, can we strike a balance between all of that? Well, in France, we have family farms, a lot of family farming approach, more so than the UK or than Spain, and that's a good thing. It's good for the environment, etc. If we can keep those family-sized farms, then that's great. But the Chinese have a different strategy. It's all about volume. You can have strategies that are more about volume, but fine-tune them, more expert, and keep that competitivity, just like the French kiwi. Yeah, that's a great example. Are there any questions? Yes, there is a question here. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your presentation. Michel Ortu. And I am going to take the risk of disagreeing. Now, you've presented some tools to optimize the production, pork production. But you also talked about chicken that we're importing more and more. And I seem to remember that I seem to have heard that if we were importing chicken, it was because we can't eat our own chicken because they get sick or whatever. And it seems to me that what you're telling us about today, this is all defined but conceptual, and it doesn't necessarily take into account external turbulences, and we know what they are. You know, it might be a pathogen, some insects or whatever that come along and you know, make them sick. Chickens get flu or whatever. So you are working in a kind of optimal environment, right? I mean, you just have to optimize the food, the feed, etc. But maybe you're forgetting too much potential dangers that can really disrupt everything. Well, not just sanitary crises, but consumer crises, etc. Well, we can integrate other parameters. There are health crises. We monitor health crises. We have to make sure we have enough backlog so that the curve reflects any potential adverse effect, because that is something the human eye might not monitor. We may have extreme weather occurrences, but we need to analyze them over time using this model. Data has to be robust, there needs to be enough of it, and we need to get it to communicate. It's not so much whether we take this into account or not. We do, but the biggest problem we have with modelization is being interoperational. You're right, and the farming side of the food chain is very diverse and very complex. And that's what means that deploying AI models or predictive models is very difficult. Collecting data in farms is much harder than in a plant, for instance. Yes, Sorry, I remember you also hadn't finished your presentation. And these kinds of dashboards that you are suggesting to the farmers, and I have watched programs on them for dairy farmers or whatever, when there are adverse effects, whether it's to do with the weather or whatever, having that dashboard that takes into account the history makes them enables them to be one step ahead and to really predict and to face up to crises. Go ahead. So now I want to give you an example of generative AI. We mentioned this morning the generative AI that helps the experts in the agroeconomy. This is about animal feed, but I have these graphs to show you. It's the trade balance for France, Italy, and Spain, and the Netherlands. As you can see, they don't look quite the same. So, and this is in spite of the fact that Spain, Italy, and France have a lower cost of labor. So what's going on here? Well, if we rank it according to color, we can see that Spain and Italy have lower labor costs, but the Netherlands compensate for that, which is the same as for France, by lower costs of raw materials because they are local and more automation and digitalization. Let me show you this comparison graph. The rate of equipment in AI and advanced digital tools. And for the 4.0 plants and 5.0 plants, France is really lagging behind in all of these categories. So we need to help these companies become more competitive so that we can eat French food. And to do that, we have to use operational and information technology. It's just at the line between them. We need to help supervision and execution in the plants. We need to collect data with machines, have the best processes in place, and help the operational teams steer those systems. How can you explain the Netherlands' performance then? Well, they have been leaders in this field for a long time. They're very hard to beat, actually. And they are paving the way, but let's hurry up and copy them. So just to broaden this point, we could represent the agri-food business and the value chains of raw materials right to the products you buy in a supermarket. And where can AI make a difference? Well, everywhere. And for part of them, they're already doing it. But you need to scale it up from contracts and production management, prediction for purchasing, pay, the first stages of processing, elaborating end products, marketing, sales. And it's the same as for other companies. We've got predictive maintenance, we've got AI-assisted recruitment, AI-assisted training, adjusted recipes, quality control, etc. So there is a lot to do, but if we want to eat French food tomorrow, we need to do this.
Mathilde, what about you? I know that all of this is interesting for you. What about future innovations? Of course, there are more innovations to come. Now, you saw Daniel's slide. The whole point is to meet consumers' requests and demands. If you want to promote one type of industry, if you don't want to have meat or veg that come from the other end of the world, well, there's a price attached, so you have to pay the right price that really is in harmony, if I can say, with your desires. The key to things is in the hands of consumers. The intentions are always good, but when it comes to paying, it's not always the case. So That means that sovereignty is also based on consumers and their choices at the end of the day. Maybe they're willing to pay more for more quality, for example, with produce that's grown locally. That's something we consider as well. How can we scale up in some cases for some industries? Now, that's more complex because we don't necessarily have all the data sets, that is, market trends that consumers don't have for retail. But we try and do this. We try and understand what's at stake, the general momentum, because the whole thing is from the farm to the fork, to the plate. And that's very important. Thank you very much for taking time to explain all of this and how AI is useful for the farmers and for us as well, the consumers. We can perhaps help people for a better type of sovereignty. Thank you, Mathilde. We got your point. Thank you very much. What shall we do? I'm trying to negotiate the time that we'll have for the break. Mr. Renault, what are you saying? 30:30? Is that when we start? I would have said 15 minutes. So back in the room at 25 minutes past, right? Thank you. Now we're going to listen to the next speaker, just this one speaker. This presentation will last at least 20 minutes. And it's a pleasure for us to welcome Éric Botorel, MP for the Côte d'Armor region, 5th district. And as Cédric Villani said this morning, this is something that's interesting for you, that is cybersecurity and AI. And you're very active as well. This is a theme that you worked on. You work at Cultural Affairs, at the Cultural Affairs Department. And if we can have the timer, it would be good. So you have 20 minutes, and then you know that people will ask you questions. You're used to listening to the questions at the Parliament, the French Parliament. Is it working? It is. So the good thing for me is that I always see people coming in, going out, coming in, going out. No problem. Thank you for being here after the break. Whoops, I'll try not to break everything. Hello. Now, to do this in Vannes is really good. And Cédric Villani invited me, that's why I'm here. And we studied together. And, well, we didn't study at school or university. He's a genius, and I was not the best pupil in the classroom, well, for maths. But the amphitheater was the same at the National Assembly. Cédric, good for you. You are out now, but I'm still in, so I've got to repeat the year. I've got to repeat the year. Maybe I've done that 3 times, by the way, not just 2 years or 2 terms. But who knows? But anyway, I'm here for you, Cédric, and thanks to you, Cédric. But is it really a good thing to say anything after you and then before you? Usually people say that I'm an active MP on digital matters. I come from the Côte d'Armor region. We have an ecosystem that we've had for years that's very active. Lannion is the cradle for telecommunications, whatever the town of Rennes might say about us, and other towns as well. So in Lannion, it started in the 60s with the National Center for Telecommunications, the CNET at Lannion, and the project was really good in terms of the dynamic impetus in the field of electronics, telephony, optronics, photonics in our region. The Côte d'Armor have 5,600 jobs in the digital technology and tech in general. And we have large public centers, IRT-BICOM, Institut Photon, Plateforme Agrique, etc., and large corporations, national and international, Ericsson, or Orange, Xperia, and all that, and other companies that buy American companies, which is something quite interesting I was thinking about, actually, that's just taken over an American subsidiary and innovating SMEs and SMBs that have grown on the new markets, such as health, defense, and also the environment, and they are developing competencies in cybersecurity, smart transport, vocal and voice technology, and AI. Finally, I don't know if AI is a project for our community, a social project. We'll come back to this, but I can tell you that telecommunications and then digital in general have a regional project that is our region is successful economically. AI and artificial intelligence, or plural, is a question that we ask ourselves about the world and how we relate to work and how we relate to people. In the field of AI, I must say that I'm a practitioner, but I'm not necessarily a believer. I use AI, I use and abuse AI more and more, and I know that it's in all the tools, embedded in all the tools that I use. It's going to be even worse tomorrow. That is, we don't have now synthesized content and natural content. We'll have a hybrid form of content because Gen AI will include as well the functions of tools that we're used to using. But I don't believe necessarily that this is a Copernican revolution, as we usually say. I'm not convinced today that this should be the epitome of everything. And therefore, I'm going to develop three things that I've drawn up without AI, but with I'll be talking about money, time, and work. But we should talk about also friends, culture, and drinks, so that this is a community project. Cédric Villani could add maths as well, but I'll set aside maths. Maths is to be handled by AI. Now, the main authors, AI costs a fortune, as some have said, un pognon dingue, if you know who said that in France. And then Georges Soros, before he was the one that people were turning to, talked about something else that was useful. That is the belief that the marketplace create the conditions for their own validations. The banks lend, the prices go up, and banks lend even more. But it's the end of this loop, and then the snake bites its own tail. Artificial intelligence uses this principle with a rigor that's almost academic. The hyperscalers, Amazon, Google, and will pay $4 giga this year. That is the GDP of Denmark. Why am I talking about Denmark, by the way? Now, Jensen Huang, the head of NVIDIA, wears leather, and he says that the number will grow to $600 giga. The analysts are whispering that he's optimistic by 200 giga, which is the GDP for New Zealand, nothing to do with Denmark. That's the gap. Meta says that 71 giga will be necessary in 2025 because AI is the future. If we don't invest, then we're going to become obsolete. And if everybody invests, we know that AI is the future, and that's the proof of the matter. So according to McKinsey, why am I talking about McKinsey this time? 80% of companies have adopted Gen AI and see no major impact on their profit. Out of the 70% of the Fortune 500 companies that have deployed Microsoft Copilot 365, the return is zero, the ROI. Investments continue, though. CapEx is up. 92% of CEOs say that they're going to add more in 3 years to come. And it really shows that it works well. Each dollar invested is good for NVIDIA. That's good for their market valuation, and it means spending more, and that's good. And he can buy himself a new jacket. Now, I've got to talk about 99, because at the time, thousands of startups were burning cash in a garage. Today, it's the big companies that have a strong balance sheet. And well, the situation will be corrected, but it'll be slower. AI will be useful, just like the internet is useful, but electricity was useful as well. Between promise and the dividend, there's time, and the first believers will lose their shirts. It doesn't mean that technology is bad, but it's faith, even justified. Faith is not good for your business plan. Good news, France is the main country in terms of investing in data centers. In 2025, France attracted $69 billion for greenfields. That means new operation centers and creation of value for companies for the construction of data centers. That means twice as much as capital expenditure in the US, according to the UN conference. And if the AI bubble explodes or bursts, we are going to be ahead of anybody else, and in the light of global warming, because we'll have refrigeration systems, lots of computers and cables, and if anything goes wrong, we'll have old people's homes in the data centers that'll be empty. Anyway, that's black humor. But let's not just focus on these investments. It's not because all the papers talk about AI day in, day out. It's not because market capitalization goes up that this is the key topic and the one solution to all. The only problems that money can solve is usually money-related problems. We don't talk about water, oxygen, and love. These problems are more indispensable than AI. AI is money. money, lots of money, perhaps too much money. In any case, these investments are done to the detriment of others that would be more useful. And therefore, let us now talk about time. Time sometimes equals money. Now, we shouldn't just kill time and waste time before time kills us. By the way, this is what you talked about this morning. What are we going to do with the time that we're going to have now? Now, the main claim that we have is that AI is going to help us in terms of time. That is, but what are we going to do with this time? Okay, we might take a little distance when we discuss this. This potentially is the 11th lecture. You must be mad. So let's take a little distance, as I was saying, and I can tell you that we have too much time to ourselves. This is what the latest statistics of Janvier show. In 1968, by and large, life expectancy for a woman was 75, for men 68. It's not fair, by the way. And 8,760 hours for a year. That means, as an average, 600,000 hours when we live. So we spend 200 hours sleeping, 200 working, 200,000 listening to others, which is what you're doing today. Now we have 11 more years to live. We work later, we take a debt earlier on, we take our retirement earlier on. It's not going to last, and we've invented TV series, tablets, and no sleep at night. And so 800,000 hours to live, so only 100,000 hours to work, so 500,000 hours doing nothing. So we have plenty of time. We have plenty of time. We don't need to accelerate time, and that's going to be the final roundtable. What can we do that's positive with AI? Now, how can we avoid to do something wrong is the question. If we use AI to speed work, it's not really profitable. Why should we spend billions for only 100,000 hours we work in a life? What can we do with the 500,000 hours that I have? I could perhaps ask for an AI to strip naked my neighbor, but this is not legal, by the way. And or we could send prompts to create images, sound, and videos, like the Pope with a big jumper or something else. According to me, people will be fed up with this. Now, since 2010, humankind produces as much information in 2 days as we've done since we invented writing. 99% of this is stored. There's only AI and mathematicians that can survive. And a smart mathematician is saying this: AI is not intelligence. It only reproduces, amplifies, and reorganizes the knowledge that we've accumulated on Earth. And that's Cédric. Now, today, AI spends a lot of time to compile billions of data sets that are produced, as much in 2 days as since the invention of writing. We don't know if we can process information faster. Of course it can. Now, the information I want to share with you is, do we need to produce as much as that? That is, AI accumulates information, no problem. But will we continue to collect the useless data? Now, AI will have processed 100 million data or X-rays. The error rate for AI will be lower compared to a GP, but I'd rather have my GP to say you've got a broken leg, and I'd rather have the GP amend it. We have more and more time because we work less, and also because we live longer, and marginally because we use AI. The social project that I should be talking about, or that's good for community, is not what we should do with AI. What can we do with our solitude, our time, when we daydream, and the bill to pay for the GP? Now, it's not just the mathematicians who think about the future. That's why I'm here. Today, with AI, we're spending too much time to read everything, and I'm asking AI to do useless things, and this mobilizes gigabillion euros of investments. And this is not a project for the community. Christian Bobin was saying, work is time, transformed into time. Culture is the same time, but that turns into gold. Sometimes I have the impression that with AI, we're doing exactly the contrary. That is, we change gold in lead at the cost of rare earths. But there's also some use cases that we're talking about, and we usually don't look at the cases that we're not aware of. That's a dangerous paradox. Optimization is the buzzword today, but each choice, each interaction is counted, predictable, and anticipated. What about serendipity? It really is an idea that's shrinking. This is what Mrs. de Villers was saying earlier on. Serendipity means that you can discover something that you'd not planned, which is essential for innovation. This is threatened by the development of AI, and that is, we choose our preferences, we personalize the digital environment that we use, and the recommendation algorithms will be be such that you will be trapped in your own world, and it'll be a poorer world. The more data, the less things will be random, and therefore potentially fewer discoveries. Can we be love-smitten? Can I discover Bach if I love heavy metal, for those who love Iron Maiden? And by the way, I don't think that machines learn and know everything. It's the strength of the machines, but also their weak points. The risk as well is zamblanity. This is a literary word that was in the mouth of William Boyd in Armadillo, published in 1999. This is exactly the opposite of serendipity because it describes, what does it describe? The faculty of being able to do in a systematic way unfortunate discoveries and that bring nothing new. This is one of the risks of AI, that is useless repetition, which is non-hazardous. This would be a sad definition for labor and work, a useless repetition, which is not based on chance. And where we are, where are we? Are we okay? Are we good? Are we good? We're good. We're good. Yes, absolutely. This is where we are. Third point, still on time? Yeah? Who's the timekeeper? Good. Now we'll be talking about work and labor. Is it something bad for human beings? This is what Sioran was saying. Not very optimistic, was he? But work is at the heart of our project for communities. And the survival was based on perhaps killing the neighbor and taking his land. And then we decided to be more civilized. Have I got the right to kill my wife with stones or not? And then, even more refined, as a social project with wars and religious wars. That was a blessed period when wars started, but culture and arts could embellish the world. That was the Renaissance. And then, over the past 2 centuries, Ford and Taylor and work and labor. The industrial revolutions were waves that killed the blue colors. Now, Cédric, that's what you said, the day that Libération had a special edition on AI. Anyway, the blue colors, that's for the workers, whereas the white colors was for the middle managers. AI is a source of agony for the middle managers. These middle managers were not really worried due to globalization because the workers' jobs would be transferred abroad. But it's a panic for them because they could be replaced. They were not moved when they didn't have to use a secretary any longer. They thought they were the world champions thanks to their laptops. And they thought that with the smart laptop, they would be smarter and they would read their emails from their direct reports and managers. Who can collate all of these data in a smart way? AI can do this in French in a few seconds. Yes, AI is going to change the deal very quickly, but can also modify the way we look at work. I'm going to tell you something I shouldn't say here at the Université Bretagne-Sud. With 10 or 100 million of euros, I think I can use an AI that could produce a good teacher at university. With 100 million or 1 billion, I don't think I could meet the claim that we've made of a robot that looks like a human that would care for my children or would take care of my stepmother. AI is going to have an impact on a number of roles. The roles that sometimes we think are useless. The most complex topic will be to see which job is really useful, who's poorly paid, and usually the best paid jobs are the ones that are usually the most useless. But anyway, what is a social project? Here's another idea that was a flop for a candidate at the elections. I'm not talking about Cédric Villani in Paris because I love him so dearly. I was talking about the tax on robots in the hands of Benoît Hamon in 2017. He said that tax is based on the principle which is the capacity of contribution of robots, but they contribute to the wealth of companies. So let's tax robots. That's complex. Almost impossible, but back to what I said before, what about the GAFAM? They use gigabillions and invest gigabillions in AI, and they will show us the bill. They will not be ready to pay for the tax. If AI is going to change labor and work, then we'll have to reinvent the tax system to finance what we do and pay for the useful jobs, that is, people who take care of the elderly, the teachers at university. I know, I'm patting your backs. I think that's the end of my speech. AI, if you look at its foundation 70 years ago, if you look at the practices, it's only 30 years old. And collectively, we have to give meaning to AI. And therefore, we have to do this because otherwise the meaning will come from Elon Musk, my good friend, and it would be something, well, you know what I mean when I say good friend. I can't go to the United States now that I've said that. Now, Maurice Blanchot, in L'Entretien Fini, was saying that the answer is bad given the question that was asked, but the question opens door and the answer closes door. When we get an answer, we have to give up on other options, the freedom to imagine another answer than the one you've received. I have to talk about AI and a project for society and communities. I know I've said plain things, maybe I've closed a number of doors, but philosophy is never something or a discipline that wants answers. We need more philosophers than mathematicians. We need more mathematicians than members of parliament. And what we need mainly is the caregivers. Thank you.
Monsieur le député, au compteur des punchlines, vous tenez là un stand-up.
Well, given all the jokes that you've cracked, I think we should put our hands together for you. I don't know which question I should ask. There was one question. Is that how you speak to your colleagues, your other MPs at the National Assembly? And in English, the answer was for sure. Well, you know who said for sure recently. Now, you work for education and cultural affairs, that's your department, and AI is something, I suppose, that you've discussed at length? Yeah, sure. It's not just our department. I also worked for the Economic Affairs Commission, as Cédric was saying, and also for the food and beverage industry. And also, there's information. We had a General Assembly on information, and we had hearings with misinformation, disinformation. AI, sorry, is perhaps only a vector, and then there are other challenges connected to cybersecurity. Now, the word I use is serendipity. That is, the lawmakers have to understand that they have to use an emerging technology. It's going to be the backbone of some use cases, but who knows what's going to be used either at home or by companies. In a normal context, the French National Assembly, the executive and the parliament takes 2 years to hatch a law. I mean, to think about the problem, try and deal with the effects and causes, and then produce a decree or an executive order. But with AI, it's even more complicated. Look at the speed of Gen AI. There's the wow effect to start with, compared to other developments. Well, I'm saying this because in the 80s, you see, I was working for Xerox, and we called that system expert systems. That is the first models. And then things are speeding up. The thing is to think about the lawmakers, because they need to take time, because they have to make sure that some usages will be banned, or to protect the fundamental freedoms of citizens, but also to open doors to innovation, because if we go too quickly and produce laws too quickly, then others will make the law for us. And then when we need the products, we'll have to buy them from another country. And then the cost to develop this is too high. But if you too long to produce laws, look at what's happening with Elon Musk and X and the integrated system. Well, it's going wrong. And therefore, we had to take measures on that, because that's very important. We saw that in what you said, and that's true. You questioned all that is connected to AI. Now, do we have a question, perhaps a question from the room? We'll see. Or if you want to answer, Cédric Villani. Well, thank you, dear Eric. What a feat. That's to be expected from you. Now, a year ago, you might remember that both of us signed an editorial paper. It was not directly connected to AI, but telecommunications. That is, it was about security and safety. And that's a question we always ask. What about the lawmakers? How should we regulate? Should we regulate on technology or not? Should we say it has to be 100% safe and all that? So the question is, What next? Did you talk about tech as well? Have you talked about this at the National Assembly? Could you give us a glimpse of the latest topics when there were heated debates and you thought, wow? Well, there's always the question about anonymous data on social networks and social media. Now, that's for those who want to say something about tech. But the recent debate is to better protect underage children when they use the screens, as we say. It's not just social media, it's more than that. And you know, I don't think that this bill will be accepted by the Constitutional Council, the French Constitutional Council. So the topic is, that is, what should we do? We can't always say it's due to digital. I'll say something simple. More and more people have problems with this.
If you go to Marseille, you will see that in the northern parts of the area, it's empty because it's very difficult for children to be outside. So as legislators, we need to catch that dimension. Don't feel like we can solve the problem. Exposure to blue lights, the sleeping cycle being disrupted, and the continuous attention economy. But I'm trying to convey to my colleagues that banning screens for children under the age of 15 or banning social media to children under 15 is how do we discriminate? And all the rapporteurs, and you can ask the minister the question, she will be here with us in a few minutes. The answer is always, it's not our job. We're not technicians. We're not there to discriminate. So I'm always afraid that it's going to be the next law that doesn't work, like when they ban advertising on the phone and then it just keeps going on. I mean, the GAFAs are nice people, but sometimes they want to maintain their installed base, so they have some very special systems. In Australia, they just dismantled it all. Because it's banned for the under 15, they have no reason to filter spaces which they believe should be for minors, because there are no more minors or underage children. So if a child uses a VPN or something like that on social media, whatever, will be exposed to contents that against which he or she was protected beforehand. And there will be no more filters, so they will be exposed to dangerous contents. So we're completely aware of how difficult it is. Unfortunately, Mr. Villani is replying without a microphone, so we don't hear him. Absolutely. I hope I answered your question, Mr. Villani.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le député.
Interpreters apologize, they can't hear people not speaking in microphone. Thank you, dear Member of Parliament. Okay, we're going to continue talking about what we were discussing with Mr. Boutonnel. AI with an ambitious question. Can AI be virtuous, environmental protective, ambitious and inclusive? 25 minutes. And I am going to ask Isabelle Collet and Ada Ackerman here on stage. I will introduce them to you. I will sit here. Isabelle, please take a seat. Thank you for being here. I guess you will want to react to some things that were said during the day. We've been talking about education a lot, the virtues and the bad and the good and the bad things about AI. You're an IT specialist. You're a professor at the Geneva University. You're the first French-speaking researcher having worked on the role of women in the digital world, and you wrote a book called "Digital is Everyone's Business." It is a topic that we have not covered so far, inclusion and inclusive AI. I think all the microphones are on, so you should be okay. You define inclusive AI under two angles: the equity in the algorithm and the way the development teams are composed. And I mean by that the people using and designing and using the algorithm. So have you taken stock of the situation? Do you have any figures? Because figures are quite evocative. The question is not so much whether AI is inclusive, good or bad, right or wrong. I mean, AI is political. And for AI to be everyone's business, we need everybody to be interested by AI and everybody to make AI content. So it's difficult, 15%, 17%, the European average. I mean, that's it's very difficult to find how many women work in the IT field. It felt like there were so many women involved in AI, but I have rarely seen a conference on the AI when there were as many women on stage and in the room. So it was not representative of the real situation. Well, it's Marc Villani and Emmanuel Renault willingness to include many women, but it doesn't represent reality. So nowadays we have here a technology which is pivotal, central in our society, designed, installed, calibrated by a homogeneous population of white male. And these people, regardless of whether they are animated by goodwill, will not think of an AI that matches everybody's needs. Women, middle classes, poorer populations, etc. But it's not enough. We want more variety in the data that is fed into AI. The essential quantity of data fed to AI are produced in northern countries, apart from the part that is designed in China, but AI are not very good at identifying photographs from southern countries. If you show a picture of a little grocery shop in sub-Saharan Africa, AI will not recognize it. It will recognize a grocery store from northern countries, but not southern countries. And there are also algorithmic discriminations. Algorithmic discrimination is when the AI has a better performance for a given social group, or on the other hand, makes a social group invisible, not because it wants to do so, but because because of the data that was fed into it. I would like to say hello to Madame Minister Luenor, who just joined us, and obviously she will be taking the floor later, but I just wanted to welcome her. So what you're really saying is that what we feed AI is important. If we wanted to produce more virtuous and inclusive results, we need to feed it better data. You work for the CNRS, the Talim Laboratory, at the crossways between art and culture with AI. You curated the Jeux de Paume exhibition that we're going to discuss also, and you explore how AI can help us revisit our heritage and maybe create new forms of art and imagination, maybe help us look at the world through a different prism, a more modern prism or lens. Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for having invited me to this beautiful event. And yes, to answer the question raised by Isabelle regarding discrimination and biases due to the fact that the training data or the way the AI models are designed leads to a gap. And several artists have tried to resist and offer alternative visions. Maybe I can start my presentation, because in the Jeux de Paume exhibition and beyond that, we have a number of artists, very interesting artists, who are trying to resist the trend to level and shape our imagination in a certain way. For instance, I like this Brazilian artist, Maria Ferran. She has used generative AI against the way that AI was programmed. She asked AI to show representations of black homosexual women in a style that would look like archive photos, although such photos do not exist for reasons that we all know. But she was going against the models that AI was programmed with. And she says that these images were very, very successful because, in a way, they were filling a gap. I will give you another example, also from the Jeux de Paume Museum exhibition, which I really like. I don't know, maybe we could dim the lights a little bit so you can see the pictures better. This is work from a young artist, Nofel Jovasi, whose family comes from Iraq and Saudi Arabia. Interestingly, she has observed that the biases she came across in analytical AI systems actually reproduced and perpetuated biases which were already present in the way photographic collections were constituted starting in the 19th century by the main museum and legacy and heritage institutions in the Western world. For instance, in the area that her ancestors came from, there was the label was very much Eastern countries oriented, and when she submitted the image to analytical AI systems, this ties in with what Isabelle was saying, the systems could not identify the objects or were in trouble identifying the objects or the people represented. The Bedouin man was thought to be a samurai. The mosque minaret was thought to be a beacon or a lighthouse. And so Nouf Al-Jawazir tried to provide an answer to this compromised visibility, both in the initial photographic corpus, but also the way the AI was trained. So she used AI to retouch, post-process, edit pictures with silhouettes in such a way that she said, okay, if you can't see us, then I will make us invisible. And this image is supposed to ask questions regarding the way that those people are catalogued and processed in the photograph corpus. You showed the slide on the Disney princesses, and I thought it was interesting. Oh, yes, this is work from Salomé Gomis Trézis. She is asking questions regarding the way that her generation, my generation, or your generation grew up being shown Disney cartoons in which the main character was always white. Now, things have changed in the meantime, but the representations that were given to us in childhood are shaping our expectations. And she tried to use generative AI to revisit the Disney cartoon productions to imagine alternative stories. And this is also something that we can come back to, because I think it's fascinating the way that AI, many artists, sorry, are using generative AI, not so much to explore possible futures, but to go back and look at our past, our legacy, and maybe start telling a counter story to be taken with a pinch of salt, because this can also be a way to go against some well-established stories, and there is a danger of a drift happening there. But what is interesting is the way that AI artists use AI to explore potential situations which, for one reason or another, never came to be. And they are bringing them to the light with the AI. So it's interesting. So we see how art can use AI and the other way around, and how it can also derail AI to show the biases. So should we smile? Because AI cannot always understand what it sees, or should this be a cause for concern? Well, artists are laying the emphasis on the fact that AI is not always capable of seeing. a number of things it doesn't recognize, and we should be made aware of that. It's obviously concerning, but in the meantime, the biases have been corrected, except that, as Isabelle was saying, biases never disappear entirely. What I find interesting is the way that artists are using AI to document the fact that AI production is sometimes limited, trying to make visible some structures that were invisible. We have talked about environmental and energy resources. We have talked about asymmetric power struggles. And I believe that artists can really play their citizen role by revealing these biases and by drawing our attention to them. Isabelle Collet, this is a new form of art. And as Ada said, isn't this a way to also resist the trend and protect ourselves against this largely unregulated AI? What does it tell us, really? Well, it creates images which never existed, and we're sure about that. We're not trying to... I mean, I really like the concept of post-truth. Post-truth is simply a lie. I mean, if you take the reverse, you understand what it means. So nobody says it existed. Nobody claims it existed, but the question is being raised. Did you notice that you had never seen this? This is a real question, and it's interesting. I have students to whom I make lectures about gender, and I ask them to create images, and I ask them how difficult it was to find two Disney princesses holding hands, and it's not easy. And also, I like to ask AI whether I exist. I ask AI to show me a 50-year-old woman. AI is in trouble. 50-year-old women who look like 50-year-old women, it's very difficult. 50-year-old actresses that look like they're 30, yes, but a 50-year-old woman who is slightly overweight, AI is in trouble. It cannot find them. So my model does not exist in the AI mirror. And it's interesting to show my students that people, just plain normal people like me, do not exist in the AI mirror. Well, I remember everybody laughed about that on Facebook or Instagram. Artistic pictures were censored, like the origin of the world. The artists were having fun because it's a woman's sex. Well, if you show two onions on Facebook, the image will be censored. If you show they think it's a pair of breasts, and they will censor it. They will ban it. Well, it's the napalm, the oud napalm girl when it was banned. So you're talking about counterfactual archives. Fake archives, interesting concept, but we will see what the counterpart is, if the negative counterpart what is an unfactual archive. Well, many artists use generative AI, and they claim that the grammar is that of counterfact proposition. It's not so much this existed, but rather this could have existed. So it's a potential. It's interesting and very productive if it is used to explore gaps or something missing in the archive. This is another example we showed in the exhibition. These are two artists from Cyprus who worked on how archaeology was represented in Cyprus. Cyprus is a very important territory for archaeology, but mostly archaeology was dominated by the British. And Alexia Achilleos and Theopistis Stilianou Lambert realized that there were very, very few images showing the workers who made the digging possible, who actually brought the archaeological objects to the light. And so they had to generate false archive documents. Obviously, the intention was not to manipulate the documents. Here we see a very clear example of mediation. This is a museum, and you have to move up to a small white cube with a hole through which you can see the photos. So the photos are not going to be shown anywhere on social media, but it's very important that these users are controlled and regulated, because there are artists who gamble on the possible confusion between, well, regarding the status of what we can see, and this is a problem. So the counterfact notion is a two-sided sword, but it's the same as AI, really. Absolutely, it's the context that really matters. If you show Mein Kampf being published again, but with explanations regarding the book, then you can hold the book because its content is explained. Absolutely. And regarding counterfact, I would like to add something. What I find very inspiring is that although today we are trying to show the contrary, but there are many people trying to lock the situation and say, okay, everything is written, no margin, no room for maneuver, all is said. Whereas there are artists who are trying to grab a potential that never existed to fuel a potential thought, for instance, like Camille de Toledo. It's very important to think that potential thoughts exist and that they can help us write other possible futures.
So we can see that this can be a force for good to disinhibit women, and that it calls into question some problems in history, decolonization, etc. So what about if we feed AI with certain conspiracy theories or other theories? And the social networks are, of course, already doing this. How should we manage that? How can we train that? Well, if I were to take a history book or a book of very famous French literature, I could comment on the minority groups in that. That's already a filter. So ask yourself, is it the history of war, political movements, and great men? The history of science, is it only these people that we are talking about, that we're showing? I went to the theatre the other day that was rehabilitating Marc Gauthier in the discovery of the Down syndrome. So we don't need social networks to help us tell these stories and fake it. I mean, we've always done that. It's interesting, but it's worrying at the same time. So there was the big political lies, and now we've got fake news that everyone can access. Before, it was really only the most powerful who could really generate fake news. I remember the war in Iraq, speeches, anthrax, all of that was fake news, but it was famous, powerful people giving it. Now everybody can access it and generate it. And that's not a criticism, I mean, that's just fact. So AI is also a vector of equality. It's sometimes what we don't want to see. And of course, some of these groups would use it to reach out to people. I just want to draw a parallel with education. We are worried about pupils cheating using AI. That's absolutely true. And you can't give homework anymore because you don't know who has done that. But that's always been the case, hasn't it? I mean, it's just highlighted this massive hypocrisy and injustice. If you have parents, family, coach, private classes, people to help you do your homework, you have an advantage over those who don't. AI has just made it easier for everybody to cheat. And so there's no point doing homework at home anymore. They still have homework. Yes, but they're not graded because you can't tell who did it. So it's an undesirable vector of equality. That's what I mean. But when you take a look at students who are using it properly, They are people who already have a good social standing and intellectual capacity. And it's going to be a two-speed world because the wealthier classes are going to be able to pay for these great models, AI, and improve their homework even further. Okay, so we've seen the good sides, but what about the environment? You have artists who use AI to fight for the great environmental causes. So that's a kind of schizophrenia, isn't it? Yes, it is. And it was touched on this morning as well. But you do have margin for maneuver. Artists don't have to use the generative AI models available on the market. They can personalize their tools and use open source models or local models without connecting to the internet, and that require fewer resources. So that is a controversy that we can lift. And there are artists who use AI to talk about our relationship with the environment, to record the loss of biodiversity. I'm thinking here specifically of a Senegalese artist called Linia Dounia Rebez, who is very interested in the way AI that's on the market cannot recognize components from her culture, but she always uses it. She also uses it to show the loss of biodiversity on the African continent. And I like, that kind of approach. For her, it's also about thinking how we haven't kept the memory of these plants and flowers that have disappeared because they were simply not registered, because people weren't interested in registering flowers in Africa compared to other continents, etc., etc. So what's up in the garden is a way of bringing back species that have disappeared because of global warming. But there's another work that I particularly like. It's also a militant. It's a film by Emmanuel van der Overa. It's called White Cloud. And it uses AI to reveal AI's resources, the resources used. So it's about a strategic mine in China. It's the Bayanubu mine, and it's closely guarded by the Chinese government. You can't go anywhere near it, film it, take pictures, etc. So this is an image that we don't have. And Van der Overa has used generative AI from descriptions that he has obtained from people who work in the mine and managed to generate the image of this mine. And I think this is a really interesting way of using AI to talk about itself, to reveal everything that we can't see. So here it's a human who is learning from AI. Yes. And to tie in with what was said earlier, I think sometimes, as far as art and creativity is concerned, there's no point pitting humans against machines. Humans have always used tools and technology. And what's interesting about AI is the hybrid forms that are coming about. It's interesting not to know whether it's a machine or a human. It's interesting just to think that it's a hybrid form of both. In the history of art, artists have always tried to put some space between our day-to-day mundane tasks and art. And it seems to me that using AI is perhaps a great way to set that in context. Okay, but that raises another question, an ethical one, regulation. Isabelle Collet, when we talk about artists, we mentioned this with royalties. You know, you generate something creative. If the AI is doing it, then they're obviously using existing works of art, and there is no IP, right? No intellectual property. That is a huge problem. It's very worrying for the artists, for the legal experts trying to find a solution to train AI. They have literally stolen a huge amount of works off the internet without asking for any kind of permission. But there are interesting measures being set up. I think in France recently there is a draft bill that was presented in Parliament to reverse the blame. So if you believe that your work of art has been used to train an AI model, then it's up to the designer of the AI model to prove that it hasn't been the case, because up until now, it was the opposite that happened. You had to prove that it hadn't been. So maybe that's one step forward. But yes, it is a huge issue. And there are also opt-out policies in France. They've been around since 2021, but they're all about the future. They can't repair the damage already done. Yes, maybe we might be able to discuss that with Anne Le later. But Isabelle Collet, you also talk about experiences that go in the other direction. So IA Cloud has paid royalties. Is that right? Yes. And probably not enough if we compare it to everything that's been used, but it is one step forward. It's better than nothing. But the question, of course, should be who owns these AI models? It's about sovereignty. What do we want to do with them? I focus on diversity, inclusion, the place of women. And I think it's very negative what's coming from the US. I mean, I can't go there, obviously, given what I'm working on. I'm not even trying to get into the US at the moment, but it is unbelievable. I cannot believe that so calmly we can accept that the digital world should exist through 80% of men, whereas in the 80s, it was 50-50. These stereotypes are omnipresent today in the field of IT. But if you talk to IT experts, female experts in the 80s, then they can't understand why that is. They wouldn't be able to understand it. Those stereotypes were there, have come about to rationalize this world and rationalize these studies not that long ago, I think. People said that the tech industry lacked masculine energy. But there's 80% of men in it. What are we talking about here? Okay, well, before maybe we take a question, I just want to be sure that we don't delay. So maybe we can postpone the questions till later. So we've seen the virtuous side of AI. What else can we do to make sure that an AI stays virtuous? Because these experiments are really interesting, these artistic experiments. Is that what you would say, the possibility to experiment? Well, I would say people who are properly trained to understand what they are doing. So you can accept AI or not, but basically what you need to decide is whether the average person has been properly trained to use it. And I think that we need to educate people. People need to understand what AI is. It's not just ChatGPT or generative AI. And we need to make sure people use it properly. We need it to be PC and inclusive. Yes, I agree. There's no point talking about just one kind of AI. And as far as artists go, I think where it's the most interesting and inspiring, it's when artists take in different parameters and personalize the tool. They fine-tune it with RAGs, or they decide themselves what AI can do or not do, and they stay in control. And of course, they may program some surprises as well. And we've talked about the fact that we can't be surprised. But with art and AI, we can program surprises and be very surprised by what it comes up with. Program a surprise. It seems to be an oxymoron. Well, when you look at the history of art, anything to do with that was the exhibition that took place in the Jeux de Paume in Paris, and otherwise in some conferences that I give that are free, that are open. And you, Isabelle Collet, you have published a book, but maybe you're publishing another one. You've just spent 6 months in Montreal. Yes, I worked on AI systems in education. I'd love to write a book that talks about the heart, risk, the Society for Risk, and AI. I think it would have a lot to say about the Society of Risk that generates AI. Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you to both of you, ladies.
Merci Isabelle Collet.
And I would now like to ask Anne Le Henaf, who is the Minister in charge of Artificial Intelligence and IT, to take the floor. And then David Meunier will say a few words, I think. Anne, please. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long and dense day. I would like to thank Emmanuel, and it's worth a round of applause. Thank you to him. Because 9 months ago, we began organizing this conference. And 2 weeks ago, we were hosting senators and MPs from the Morbihan. And some of them are here, Michel, Eric. And he was very entertaining. He's funny, and it's great to see that, to see MPs who are really working in the field. And in 2008, you were working on IT in Vannes. And what's great about Anne is she walks the talk. She is committed to what she's working on. So it's great to see that you're now minister for this, because in Vannes, it's the first time that we are hosting a minister here. And we are extremely honored to have you here today. You are familiar with this building, and you've already implemented important policies in Europe, in France. Tell us about what you're working on, and thank you, first of all, for having come all the way. And we have a message to get across. And I know that cybersecurity is important for you. You were interviewed by Nicole Lepay, and in our university, together with our partners, I think we could say that Vannes is resolutely focused on the digital world. Thank you for coming. Thank you to all of our partners, and over to you.
Thank you very much for these kind words. I feel at home here, that's true. And this is really something that I enjoy. I try never to miss these UBS conferences. When I can, I know that I want to be here. It's important for me to talk about this topic, which is essential, generally speaking, but more particularly for us in France and for Europe. Michel Criot, Eric Botrel, dear MP, sorry, I was not here when you delivered your speech. I am disappointed. Dear President of the UBS, dear David, dear Cédric Villani, thank you very much. You're the first one who informed me about this conference. I was recently appointed, and he sent me a text message. He said, please mark this date. Dear speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, to start with, I'd like to thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for organizing this conference here in the town of Vannes. It's a symbol. It means something. The UBS University has different sites, but Vannes and cyber security, digital technology is something that really is dear to us. Well, of course, AI is a revolution. I think we all agree on that. And it'll radically change the way we work, the way we design, the way we create, and even the way we live together, with sometimes perverse effects or negative effects. There are many questions, though. We usually talk about the dangers attached to AI. They do exist. We shouldn't look down upon them or minimize them. However, for our democracy, I think there are hazards and dangers. If I can, I'll start with the greatest worries that we have, that the state is considering. Amongst other things, interference from foreign countries in the election procedures. And now this is documented, and this truly is a severe threat for people's trust in our institutions. And as we speak, what we're thinking about is, and what we're getting ready for, is that there will be massive disinformation, misinformation during the local elections, the municipal elections, but mainly for the presidential elections. So we'll have to be there. We'll have to make sure that we protect the future candidates as much as we can, as well as the mayors in some cases. And it's a source of worries around us sometimes in some cases. AI uses resources. Sometimes people say huge amounts of water, energy, commodities, raw material, so that we can run these models. We have to measure the impacts of that and make sure that we can reduce the impact. And in France, we have an AI strategy hatched by the president, the French president, during the summit that was held in 2025. Well, the environmental dimension and a sustainable AI is something that I'm working on when I meet the people who work in AI and the people who work on data centers. And for us, all of us, and for the most vulnerable ones, AI can be a danger. Some tools like Grok have shown that it is possible to send inappropriate content that would stigmatize people or hatred. There are many malevolent bots and online hatred, and some AI tools can even encourage risky behaviors with the younger population. I was thinking about the Jean Permanoff case, and he who died in front of the screens, and more recently, another case at the tribunals. And France, the government has turned to the judiciary. It's the Grog case with the AI that, upon demand, can strip people naked. And that was, I think, just before New Year's Eve, New Year's Day. And there were many photos there, and AI has stripped naked a number of people who were partying just before the 1st of January. So we need to act together, and we should do this proportionally. Sometimes I hear people who say we should stop deployment of AI, or people who are in favor of the status quo. I don't think so. We should open up our eyes. AI is here. It's here to last. Collectively, we have to develop AI, but in the most meaningful way. But if we don't join or catch that train, if we're not in that revolution, if we don't find the proper framework, if we don't talk about the things we can accept and the ones we can't, then others will do that for us. So I think it's better to support AI, to find a type of AI that's good for us, that mirrors our values, the European values, where people are at the heart of everything, that we respect the environment, that we want to have open algorithms. This is the AI I want for Europe. This is what I want for France. Otherwise, the Americans and the Chinese will do that. And they will be the ones who will be throwing their models at us with all the negative effects. But I think as well that we have to be a driving force in Europe and France as well, thanks to our different industries. We're well structured, we're really strong. And this is an incredible engine, I think, or a lever for enhanced productivity and innovation, something that our companies have never seen before. It's therefore an opportunity for our economy. For the SMEs, the SMBs, thanks to AI, for example, we think that a self-employed person could do things faster each week, 2 hours for themselves. Usually, the people of the craft, the self-employed say there's too much paperwork. Well, if they could use AI, if I don't know, a butcher's, a florist, if a hairdresser could not focus on paperwork, but refocus on their jobs, they'll be happier, I think. SMEs use these tools to create marketing content, to automate their customer relations, or to analyze documents. However, let me tell you something. Generally speaking, and that's not just in France, we're late, we're laggards. In Europe, it's more or less the same. That is, uh, the self-employed really don't want to use or introduce AI in their daily jobs. Not because they're afraid, but they don't know how to use AI. So that's our program, that's our project to help and support and guide the SMEs. Therefore, we need the MEDEF, the CPA, we need the chambers of commerce and universities and academics to give use cases to the SMEs. Now, the large corps in industry, automation of processes, the smart management of tenders, for instance, or legal support, administrative support, that's what we can do to create more value and to have more time. For each employee, the time spent could be used in better tasks that would be more for their own personal development, that would be more useful for them, because AI is based on human beings in Europe. We don't want to replace people, men and women. We want them to be more efficient. AI is a growth engine that will create jobs, and it's a way for us to live better at work. That is, workers and employees can focus on more value-added tasks. There are examples everywhere. In the Pas-de-Calais region, the north of France, there's a company called Exalta. They produce prostheses, both knees and elbows, a high-tech company that's introduced AI. And that's for predictive maintenance. That's on their production line. They use AI, and AI says, oh, we think this machine might be down in a couple of hours or days. It's no longer the human beings who do this, so it's the machines. With AI as well, what we can do, if people are looking for a good price, or if people don't want to spend too much time looking at documents in the archives, well, AI can show you a new design, a design for a new piece that a surgeon might need. They search the archives or the databases that companies have produced. And finally, with AI, we can automate the production line. So for all of us, AI has changed what we do daily. For instance, health with Glimmer Okin, we can have early diagnostic, so personalized medical care and even the design of new drugs. Telemedicine and virtual assistants can be used so that we have few people who go to the emergency wards. And in terms of professional and vocational training, we can customize training, and therefore people no longer are dropouts. And it can help people overcome language barriers. And for those who are job seekers, they can be better prepared for an interview. I saw this week. There was a training exhibition in Paris, and thanks to AI, and that was quite amazing, I must say. But in any case, you see, it's a trend, it's a tidal wave. People might say what they want. People might say, no, 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 we'll drag our feet. Well, others will do that. As I was saying earlier on, I'd rather be part of this conversation and support training with AI rather than getting a training coming from the US or China. Thanks to satellite imaging and data analysis, we can better measure our climate footprint and better monitor smart Kairos NG as well. They do this. And for the public services, with AI, we have a better service for the taxpayers. It's good for repetitive tasks, for instance, the clerks at the tribunals, if they can have more time, so that these clerks work more with the judges and magistrates on the cases. That's good. That's what they want. And we can optimize the management of cities and towns and fight against corruption. So you see, we have many cases, and each day we find new cases, new use cases. Thus, the government is acting strongly. We support the development of a French offer, a European AI offer. We have high-level companies, the high-flying companies. We want to have more of those companies that will continue and support. It's the best we can do, so as to not rely too much to foreign solutions and to give the taxpayers and our population and the economic players the possibility of using sovereign solutions. With the Prime Minister and the Minister of Economy, Roland Lescure, we're accelerating the dissemination of AI in all the regions through a program that was launched by Clara Chapaz in July called Oser l'IA, Dare and Use AI. We have computing infrastructure that's going to be built in France because we produce data. You have to keep those in data centers and you need to retrieve those in computers and supercomputers in France and in Europe. So we need to have data centers and computing centers. These will be strategic assets in France for our continent as well. And thus, we should rejoice because we have an abundance of power and energy that's low carbon, and we could use this for digital production rather than exporting our electricity, because we export a lot of electricity. It's good in terms of building trust and in terms of remaining independent. When we keep our data, then our rules will apply. And I was thinking about GDPR. And what we want is preference to be given to Europe, and we're working on that. We want the official services to be endowed with a sovereign tool so as to have a better service rendered. And if possible, they should use open source technology, which, however, is not an answer to all the questions, but we talk about open source. The objective is clear. We want to have sovereign AI solutions that wouldn't be a hazard for our democracies, that wouldn't replace the workforce and employees, but that would help us reinvent their roles and protect all citizens and the most vulnerable ones. In a word, we're working on a trust AI. To do this, we've acted at a European level. There are two documents, mainly the DSA, Digital Services Act, DSA. We're talking a lot about this, and the AI Act to frame the most risky uses, called the Regulation on Artificial Intelligence. In France, in 2024, we voted for a new law, SREN, to have a safe, regulated digital environment so that we can moderate social discussions and protect the users. France is not the only one to do this, because we want a lasting, sustainable AI that's inclusive for the interests of all, and that's what we talk about at international level. During the AI summit in India, which will be in a fortnight, more or less, well, the president will go there with French industrialists, and I'll be promoting our vision, which is a lasting, sustainable, inclusive AI for everybody, aligned on our values, such as democracy. Within the framework of the French presidency of G7 in 2026, France will be presiding the G7. Well, there's a digital G7 And it's an honor for me to be a moderator there. And I can tell you that I told people in Montreal that we're going to focus on security, innovation, sustainability, and the protection of the younger population that's underage online. In Europe, with our German friends, we are currently defining what we mean by a European digital service. Very difficult to specify this. Well, we know what a European car is, but we don't know what a digital European service is. We're working on this with the Germans. Why Germany? Why this couple? Because we know that Europe has very often done that. And when they work together, then the Commission is ready to follow. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what we can do, which is good and positive with EA, is that, and by the way, that's your question, what can we do that's good with AI? I like this title. The question asked is really good. That is, what is the good we can derive from AI? It's very positive, the way we phrase things. It's an open question, I'd say. And, well, we'll have to do our utmost, and so that everybody has a choice. And, you know, we will do something good. We will do something positive when AI is a source of freedom for citizens in France, in Europe, in the world. When I discuss with my counterparts in the northern part of Africa, Tunisia, for instance, well, he's very interested because they want to protect their cultures as well. They don't want the American bias or the Chinese bias. So that's very interesting. I think the values that we represent is going to give us a cutting edge, a competitive edge in the world. We shouldn't perhaps be destabilized by others who say that we're doing things in the wrong way. I'm not going to mention any names. So the objective is to make sure that everybody in the world can use the claims of this revolution without the risk. AI is a tool, an exceptional opportunity, and it's also a type of responsibility. We're accountable. We have to have an AI that's good for progress, justice, and the common good. What are the challenges? And that's an open door, as you will see. You will have ideas for the next symposium. The challenges ahead that we have to guide are, for instance, the right owners. That's very important. You talked about this. They should be paid for, those who create culture. And AI harvests all the data without paying the works, the ones who've created these works. But we know there's an opposition sometimes between regulation and innovation. No, we need to find the right balance. So we need to have the rights owners and holders to know what the constraints look like and what they want, because we have champions in France. We have Mistral. So let's think about the future of our champions. Against ChatGPT, we have Mistral. And there's another challenge to fight against misinformation and interference from foreign countries. And what is also a bit worrying is to see masculinism in the hands of AI. France and Europe have to follow the change, the revolution. It's vital, it's essential, because there are two blocs that don't share our values, nor do they share our vision. We will have to do this with the MPs, we'll have to do this with those who work in the AI industry. And as you can see, we will have to organize many meetings. The UBS will have to do this to guide us through a smart type of law. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, dear Minister, Madam. We need more chairs. Sorry, could we have 3 more chairs? Oh, they're over there. Sorry about this. Now, let me see. We have panelists for the final panel discussion. Cédric Villani, Emmanuel Renault, Luc Julia as well. Could you join us? Isabelle Collet, Marie-Paul Cani, and Mathilde Radek. There we go. And let me see. We'll see if there are still unanswered questions. We can start immediately, perhaps. Okay. I will start because I've jotted down a number of things. And dear friends, we're going to ask you if you have any questions as well, or topics that you think we must talk about. And even if you're frustrated, and even if you have comments to make, and then the panelists will answer. And there are a number of lessons we can draw from that. Well, first, we had many examples of what we can do thanks to AI. And to carry out a number of complex tasks, Philippe Miscaoui and Charlotte Pelletier talked about this, and more particularly when these complex tasks require the concatenation of many data sets that are heterogeneous, and also to include large volumes of parameters and many examples that a human brain couldn't comprehend. We had many examples from health, industry, but also other examples connected to industrial processes. And Michel Doja also talked about some diagnostic that was made with a high level of safety compared to human beings that reaches a certain level of complexity. We've seen many examples. We can, for instance, what can we do? Surveillance or monitoring. Christophe Touré mentioned something. Supervision of the big fishing vessels from China that are fishing in the protected fishing areas close to New Caledonia, or protecting elephants, or also perhaps a stock take of some economic processes, and also surveillance, detecting, sorting out documents in simple scorecards, as Mathilde was saying, so that we can use this new works of art, Anna Kaman, and new things for the designers. Luc Julia talked about this, plus new forms of warfare as well, new perhaps things we can do in all disciplines, human disciplines as well. We talked about new types of drones, also new obligations to stop this and that, new coupling between a drone that recognizes and a drone that attacks, new virtual warfare, new economic intelligence, new economic conflicts. All these things are things we talked about with Bertrand and Philippe Claire. And what did Cécile Pelletier said? She said, it's incredible. Bertrand Rondepierre was so fast and so clear when he was talking about these terrifying things. That was the case. That's true. That was the reality of what's happening today. New possibility, as Jeff Hinton was saying a couple of days ago, it's good for the rich who can make even more money to the detriment of the poor. These new technologies are claims that's true in many cases of for people who can gain new capabilities. And the big tech giants thought, what can we do to be even bigger and grow again and be stronger? So there are probably many new models that we can find in that. And then what we saw as well is, well, that's another example. Bilal Chouli was talking about certification that's done in a safer way, more automated, thanks to which, for instance, we could process information faster, and so that we have a safe and sure certification. And a minute ago, Anne Lenoff, our minister, was talking about professional vocational training. She was talking about debottlenecking paperwork for the clerks who work for the courts, etc. And also many other professions. The florists as well, that's a good example. That's an example that we heard of earlier on. There was a question that was asked by someone who has her own shop and flower shop. And yet we raised a number of paradoxes in the field of science, also as to understand reality. There's always something we can derive from that. And also there was another reminder. We saw that, okay, companies want to grow and grow and grow, and this is what we keep on talking. There are incredible statements made, for instance, health, billions are invested, and in other industries as well. And yet, there are many good news. First, we don't know if these massive investments startups have a good ROI, return on investment. It's the contrary. For the time being, it's big losses. And number two, that's the other good news. Olivier Wong-Hinkam was saying, with an example, that with not much money, but goodwill, a good definition of what you want to do with open models at university, then you can set up a system that's competitive, that meets the needs, and that would be good for a stable growth. And Mathilde Radek was saying as well that in the case of many food-related apps, we don't need mega data sets. We need a few indicators that are well chosen, etc. And well, good news, that is, even though we're talking about the bigger the better, it's not necessarily where profit comes, and from where profit comes, and that's not what we need. And what people talk about is this race for general AI, Mark Zuckerberg, the president of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. Now, this is hyper-specialized AI that we need, as you said. We don't need to have general skills, and we don't need a Swiss knife to be good at DIY. You need a good hammer, a good screwdriver, a good shovel, etc. And these tools then can be used correctly rather than being in this race for general AI. And this is almost a religious idea according to which we could do everything with general AI. And also, we said that AI is, of course, connected to what's virtual, that is sciences of the information, as we say in France, that is IT sciences, but it's also hard sciences, because sometimes the obstacles are huge on the way for our societies. This is what we said when we talked about the consumption of energy and resources and all these data centers that mean a bigger carbon footprint, etc. And in fact, we have to look at reality, because sometimes these algorithms are used to threaten people physically at war and or threats for the real economy. We've seen that before. And there's some type of overheat in the economy. And so what else? As Justine Lipuma was saying, when we also add to this reality, for instance, in biochemistry, if you have the right mycorrhizal spores, then you can really score. You can hit your target, and you, of course, have to walk the talk. Or as Marie-Paul Kenny was saying, you can develop as many algorithms as you want, but you need to see how humans use them. So rather than creating something out of the box, something that would be good for our imagination and our arts.
Regarding AI's promise for a revolution to give some people new capacities, as Luc Julia, for instance, reminded us, if we stand back, we see that over the last 70 years, there were so many cycles, promises, collapses. We would be naive if we believed that this time it will be different. For instance, when we see that in many cases the promise of a revolution comes up against archaic and conservative attitudes, retrograde attitudes of society in general. This is something that Isabelle Collet mentioned, and also Laurence de Villers told us about that, and the way that AI has been used, reused, recycled as a boomerang. Or else we could also become entrenched in negative evolutions of society. The fact that we have less women working in IT than in the 80s, because now there is this notion of power which was not present in the 80s, and it's tilting the scales in the wrong direction. And finally, when we see that some of the worst appetites, imperialism, or states that are eating each other up. Oh, by the way, it reminds me, 2 days ago, the Association of Nuclear Physicists had updated the doomsday clock. The clock of doomsday was founded just after the Second World War, telling us how much time we have before midnight, midnight being the World War, the next World War. And over the years, it was close to midnight, more or less. There were disarmament agreements between Russia and the US, late 80s, early 90s. It was pulled back slightly, like 15 minutes before midnight, but now they believe we are 95 seconds away from midnight, from the apocalypse. And this is really the feeling of the international community of nuclear physicists, because they are in contact with international news and they've been thinking about this for the last 80 years. And it's the closest to midnight we've ever been. So the danger of world war is closest to than we have ever been. It has ever been since the Second World War. Is there here a promise of changes? Well, it's actually making the danger worse. Christian Gomard wrote a book recently, The Great Acceleration, showing examples of how the geopolitical crisis and the environmental crisis are reinforcing each other to bring about more incidents, more disputes, more strategic issues, etc. So a promise for a revolution, fair enough, but it has been facing our worst defects since millennia. The worst human conflicts have been solved in war, and that is not an acceptable solution. These are some of the paradoxes that we have witnessed. So, a nicer paradox, which cropped up several times, we talk about AI and we get the feeling that human beings are talking to something else or experimenting a new kind of intelligence, a new form of intelligence, and we end up asking questions about ourselves, about our societies, our cultural representations, as was shown by Ada Ackerman. And as Mathilde Radek said, we start talking to each other. We have to explain to each other what we do so that it can be included in the algorithm. New jobs talking to each other, and this very conventional confrontation, which we have met, including in mathematics. When we try to automate a task, we ask ourselves questions on how we perform the task, and we sometimes discover mistakes in the way we perform the task. There was an example recently which created a lot of buzz when it was found that algorithms to talk to the patients got better satisfaction from the patients than when the actual doctor or physician talked to the patient. There was a test, and the explanation that was put forward was that doctors lacked empathy. They were not always very nice when they announced the test results to the patients, and also the fact that doctors are so busy filling in records as at the meantime as they are disclosing the diagnosis to the patient. It made it difficult, and about only 1/3 of the interview was dedicated to talking to the patient. The rest of the interview was about typing on the computer and muttering to himself. And very often the computer was placed between the patient and the doctor. So, the contact wasn't very easy because the computer was there in the middle. And this brought us to the conclusion that maybe we should revise the way that diagnosis is disclosed to the patients by the doctors. A dramatic example, and a fascinating one, a few years ago in Silicon Valley, it was discovered that the Indian diaspora had actually recreated within the Silicon Valley the Indian system of castes. Officially, it was abandoned during the Indian independence, but that caste system is still very much active in India, and now it seems to have been transposed in the Silicon Valley. People who were refused a promotion because they did not belong to the right caste, some people who got fired because they disrespected somebody somebody from a higher caste, etc. So it can be funny, but we sometimes see in the mirror that we have human practices that are worth looking into. One of my colleagues, trained as an engineer initially, dear Eric, and myself, the son of a literature professor, we learn a new word, zamblanity. Very interesting and definitely very universal, but I would remember. And we learn to know each other by discussing this very interdisciplinary topic. So in the end, we are all in the same boat. We share a boat. It was you, Marie-Paul, who said maybe a moratorium, but if we all do it at the same time, and because it would never happen anyway, we have to take in consideration what we like and what is really happening in all the practices. So there is a promise for possible freedom, but we are chained by other people's behaviors with more ropes and chains than we would like. And in the end, we need to be agile, but we need to know who we are and what we want. And we said for education, let's continue with conventional education. In the bookshops, there are books, very successful books saying, don't learn, don't go to college, don't educate yourselves. No, 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 absolutely not. We need people to know who know about philosophy, about DIY, about culture, about history, about poetry. We need educated people. So otherwise, what would be the human project for society without education? And we were reminded of the project being the money we spend, but also the work, the time we dedicate to our occupations, including drinking and partying with friends, and time spent together. What it boils down to is that a number of things, a number of paradoxes have been very educative. We believe we talk about a technical subject and we end up talking about a political subject. Very much so. And we talk with the individual, with the company, with the country, with even the French country, as Mr. Lenon was telling us minutes ago. So we have gone over some ingredients that were put on the table by the speakers, but now you have the floor. What would you like to discuss in this last furlong before we cross the finish line? Is there anything else you would like to discuss? Anything that you really want to discuss? Because now is the time. Oh, somebody very brave is raising a hand down there. Can we have a microphone? Okay, another hand this side. So several microphones, please. Okay, we have more microphones than we need, so maybe we could share this one. I'm a small company manager, and I'm looking for use cases, and I've tested all AIs. I've played with all AI, all the ones available. Mistral is really nice, and I'm a fan, so I'm a little biased. But what they say that what counts is execution more than vision. That's very American, but I can see the American and the Chinese vision. What they said in 2017 is happening. World War, China, United States, AI. And I was listening to the minister some minutes ago. We want to have a vision on European AI. Okay, fair enough. But what about execution? Gaia X, I don't know where that is, and something else that comes to my mind about what Luc Julia was saying, Demerges on the digital modern. What do we do in education what do you do in France to educate people? Okay, execution in France, European level, Gaia X, how to train people. Okay, a few words, a couple questions. Can we have a couple more questions? Hello, I would like to thank you all and thank all the speakers for all the light they have shed on AI, all their experience and knowledge on this vast subject. My question is the following. It has to do with things we've heard today, or things we've heard regarding the way AI is used. Back to what Mr. Julia was saying earlier, the fact that we don't want to become morons that can do nothing except query ChatGPT. What can we do? What good things can we do to stay away from the drift, the danger of unreasonable use of AI, considering that we have so many tools available today? Not becoming morons. That's a good society project. Who else?
Tac, tac, tac. On est à la salle des ventes, le commissaire priseur.
Okay, here feels like we're at an auction, here and here. Good evening, Pierre Traîneau, co-founder of a cooperative in digital healthcare. My question was indirectly answered earlier, but still, how is AI disrupting the notion of creativity in man, in the human being? We're always comparing AI creativity and man creativity, human creativity. Are we still creative? Or maybe we human beings are simply repeating? Is AI helping us understand what we do simply by repeating, or what we do with a real creative process? Encourage our creativity. Eric. Well, the environment is synthetic on one side, natural on the other, so we dream of regulation protecting the authors. And how do we talked about protecting doctors, we've talked about fingerprint, watermarks, to maybe identify synthetic contents. But isn't this naive? Aren't we illusioning ourselves? Because the data will be hybridized between a natural content and a synthetic content that includes some AI, although it may have been post-processed. So, and content that is massively synthetic. And the second question is, what is the limit of regulation today? Aren't we reaching the end of a system? Maybe platforms have to remove contents once they have been reported. And what happens if a company makes a totally illicit work, like Rock? They are working on with pedophilia. So isn't there a bias on the idea we have of the world of tomorrow by trying to distinguish contents that will all include some AI up to a certain extent? We can start here, and then we will continue. And by the way, among the applications, I forgot to mention David Dieudonné, who talked about a new way to consult archives, especially in a case like West France, when one subject was considered a local culture, two very good archives, and an independent media. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the presentations. Eric Duflan, I'm a professor and researcher, retired, and I'm the administrator of the Maison de l'Europe in Rennes. There is something that I heard several times during the day. Tools, AI tools shouldn't be black boxes. We should be able to understand how they work. I'm not a mathematician myself, but those tools rely on neural networks, and I don't know much about neural networks, but for me, they are black boxes. There's something I don't really understand. And I wish we had a system that helps us understand how it functions, and the tool itself, mathematically speaking, is simply out of my grasp. I don't understand it. Black box inspired by gray matter. And the last question? Pierre Baudouin, thank you very much for this very, very interesting day. I think this may have been mentioned quickly in passing this afternoon when we said what good can we achieve with AI to reduce inequalities, social, cultural inequalities. So how to use AI to go against Joe Finton's curse, or the curse mentioned by Joe Finton. Who wants to start? Marie-Paul, she's in the starting blocks. Yes, I wanted to answer one of the questions. And that question was, yes, of course, we human beings, we repeat, we copy, and AI does it. And AI does it possibly faster than us. It combines, copies, transposes existing contents. Yes, that is true. However, we do it for two reasons. Human beings do it to learn, because we can't learn to do something well, improve our brain capacity without repeating the exercise. It takes repetition. Painters learned in workshops where they started by copying other masters' paintings. But we want to create new content. So copying, transposing means that AI is doing it faster than we can. So it's up to us to be more creative. And I would like to remember the expertise. As human beings, I would like to give you the example of the great progress made by AI in science as a breakthroughs, because the title of the conference is What Good Can We Achieve with AI? On March 17th in the Science Academy, there will be a conference in French that you can register for on the recent progress made in sciences thanks to AI. And we have 10 researchers from all disciplines who are going to be delivering presentations. And what is interesting is by mixing their expertise, they were able to use AI tools in a good way in order to achieve scientific great breakthroughs, discovering exoplanets, designing new materials, AlphaFold, and even AI winning the mathematics Olympic Games. Well, that was something else. Well, AI got the equivalent of a medal. Well, it didn't win because not being human, it cannot win. But when asked the same problems, AI got the gold medal. Yes, this is going to be explained in the conference, and I wanted to mention the positive use of AI.
So I was interested in two questions. First, the one on education, and the other one, but on education first. When the calculator arrived, we thought, oh my goodness, children won't be able to do their times tables. When I was back in school, in primary school, there were calculators, but I learned my times tables, so I don't get the impression that that was a problem for my studies. I went into social sciences, not such a good thing, never mind. But I don't know who here managed to work on square roots. But AI has a lot more skills than the person who's learning. So when spelling correctors arrived, we thought, oh my goodness, people would no longer be able to spell. Well, if you click on everything that Word or Antidote tells you, it's not going to be amazing. You might improve your text a little bit. I have very bad spelling. It does improve my text, but I know the rules, and that's why it really improves it, because I have to tweak the correction after. So you need to know when to start to use AI. You have to learn your times tables. You have to learn to spell. And at one stage, you may decide to start using AI. I have gone back to paper and pencil tests and oral assessments. But when you're dealing with 200 students, well, you can't do it one by one. And sometimes I have doubts about what they've written. So, of course, as a professor, I have to think twice and carefully about what I'm reading. But AI is not, a death sentence for anything. We just have to adapt. And I certainly hope we will adapt intelligently. We need to continue to think hard about what we want to do. When do we start to use AI? At what stage? And on inequality, AI, of course, whatever AI system you're using, will not correct those. But what could we do to help that? Well, we could use AI as a warning. It would create a buzz. I like the way that you use that word. So we could use the AI buzz to really highlight inequalities. when we saw these problems arise, these algorithms, we saw the problems with discrimination, and we haven't solved them, but we are at least talking about them. So thanks to AI in the corporate world, with a foundation in Geneva called Impact IA, we decided to train managers on the challenges posed by inclusivity by AI. And we would never have been able to do that had we not had that reason to do it. So that was a good thing. So I know this is a Trojan horse, but AI can allow us to revisit issues as well. And when we used AI in Amazon, that was a long time ago. When we accused Amazon's AI of only recruiting men and not women, etc., it wasn't Amazon's AI that was sexist. The AI had fully understood how Amazon recruited. They just duplicated the HR system. It reveals the HR system. So you can ask an AI system to draw up a short list that is inclusive. And we can, if we want, do things that are politically correct. Do we want to? I certainly hope so. We hope so. Well, I have 2 points to make. First is on the black box of grey matter. I like that analogy. Okay, so black boxes are black for those who see them as black, want them to be black. Those who are designing AI systems, whether they are neuronal systems or not, they know what these boxes are going to be used for, what these systems are going to be used for. They know statistically what it's going to move towards. So it's not completely black for them, right? So when you think about the history of humanity, all of the inventions, everything, when it hits the market, it's a bit opaque for some people, but not for everybody, not for those who invented them. In a mathematical field, there's an example of Gaston Julia, who was a brilliant mathematician who in 1914 talked about fractal, one of the founders before Benoît Mandelbrot made him popular. There is the Julia ensemble. So this great Gaston in 1915, he wrote something on, he wrote an equation which for mathematicians was very simple, very easy and great. But for the rest of us, we didn't understand a thing. It was a mathematical equation, exponential, whatever. Nobody understood a thing. So you had to wait until 1955, until Mandelbrot, who was a student of Julia, showed that given a computer, he entered Julia's equation and saw this fantastic fern appear, which, as we know, is how fractals are represented. And the fundamental properties of these fractals appeared in this image of a fern, because you can see that at each level there's the same smaller version of this fern. So nobody understood, thanks to this this image, what a fractal dimension was. And I'm not saying it's going to take 40 years for us to understand AI. There's a lot of data, billions of data. We may even design AIs to understand AIs. But is it really worth it? I don't know. So there is this black box. It's not a myth. You can explain it. But I want to say something else. This isn't an answer to a question. It's just to say that it's cultural. It's a cultural history. We're talking about sovereignty, etc., etc. Right. We know that with AI, at one point, we will have to accept biases. We're data scientists. We need this beautiful data lake. We want fantastic data that's not gendered, etc., etc. We want perfect data, unbiased. It does not exist. Data is biased, all data, gender bias, whatever. 70% of internet is American. AIs are American. And they give you the American answer. Yeah, American education is terrible, and I can vouch for that because I have kids at school there. So we have to accept that data is biased. Data has to be biased. AI has to be biased because we have to say that we want a French AI, we want an African AI, we want AI that are culturally biased. It's very important to understand that. Let's stop saying that we want something that's optimal, perfect, generic, whatever. No, that is impossible. So let us bias our systems. Let's bias all day long. That's what we need to do.
Ça, c'est de la punchline.
That's a great punchline.
Mathilde.
Oui, je vais essayer de passer après ça.
That's not an easy act to follow. So, on inequality, there's something we didn't cover that AI allows. We can see this in companies, but also in society. It's the electronic side of things. Until now, the use of IT tools was something people didn't dare to admit, and that is what AI is bringing, and that's filling gaps. People who didn't dare to admit that they didn't know how to use whatever software or tool or, day-to-day tools. Today, we can upskill them and they can overcome those gaps. And that's true in day-to-day life. I don't know if you have anybody around you in this case. I mean, I do. People who say, well, I'm talking to AI, and I say, well, tell me what's on the form. You can ask AI to ask you to fill out a form, and, it might just be an administrative problem, but, it does bridge gaps that exist in society, things that were totally invisible, these kind of skill gaps that were hidden. And I think that that's a pretty good positive thing. Then there's the expertise and how not to become an idiot, but I think we have covered that. The generic AIs are not necessarily the solution. I mean, you want to test them in a field where they have an expertise because you want to see how you can improve their knowledge and get them to try and further this into other topics. And Alain Perrin was talking about the process of experimentation between the programmer and the sector, which is another way of dialoguing, a way of communicating. Thank you, dear panel. Okay, so we began with Emmanuel and now we're going to finish with Emmanuel. Thank you. So, what good can come of AI? What can we do? I'd like to also answer some questions that have been asked. I really believe that the right use for AI would be to use it to optimize industrial processes, do what we'll call optimized and robust steering of companies, of industrial processes, whether it's in farming or cattle breeding. But to do that, We have to develop very specialized tools based on learning. So AI, small AI models that are highly specialized, that are experts in what they do. And I think that if we do that, I've worked with Mathilde and I've worked with Alain Perrin's teams on these kinds of topics, that would force dialogue between people in a certain field with people like me, mathematicians, to really try and design and describe processes, to modelize them, and to make these ultra specialized tools. And if we can't modelize it, we use AI. So that's how they become small AIs. And these are not black boxes. In learning, you don't always know what you're doing, but you do know that you're basing yourself on a model. And that model describes a sectoral process which is perfectly modelized and described. So I think that is where we can use it for the good. And in my experience, that will force you to train people. You'll have a rigorous approach using mathematical tools. And when I explain this to people who have no knowledge of math, I get rid of all of the mathematical jargon and I just try and get over that essence, the essence of how you describe a process. How do you translate that into something that is math? To be integrated into AI. That's what I believe in. I think that we need to try and move towards improved steering, more robust, more optimized of companies, of industry. And I think it's worth spending some energy and some water in farming on this to be able to make those savings once we do apply an optimized system. That's what I think we should do. Okay? And Cédric, yeah, we haven't completely answered all questions, but it's good that there should still be questions, all of this information that's going to be hybridized. Let's hybridize. Let's do it. On regulation, on action, that is the next chapter, of course, on the question, for sure. For sure. How do you reduce inequalities? Well, that's more difficult, but the first answer to that is you really have to want to do that. And to the questions on development and scientific development, you will hear about that on the 17th of March at the Science Academy and the conference organized by Marie-Paul. My dear friends, I think I have said everything I wanted to say. Okay, so let's conclude this conference. Thank you very much, Cédric, for having been here for this roundtable. I also wanted to thank everybody who has been involved near and far in this conference, the excellent speakers that we've had, all of the participants who have been here and taken time to come here and think about all of these issues and for your questions. So I think we can now officially conclude this conference. Thank you to you all. Thank you to the participants and thank you to the speakers. And have a great evening. And thank you very much to the London teams, to the teams in the shadows, to all of the students who have helped us as well. Thank you.